Right, I forgot I was doing some testing earlier. I'm muted. Anyway, oh Hanaki, did you know that our souls are connected by fate? What do you know? Yuno Hanaki, the one and only around for me alone. Hello. Sorry, I was saying that I was moving very slowly today. I was doing testing for a thing last night, and I forgot that I muted my mic to do that. Oops. I have to remember to unmute my mic after I finish a test. So silly. Oni jump scare? Yeah, sorry. I was talking all in piano noises until just now. I remembered I have to talk like a person. Anyway, hey! Hello! Well, yeah, my bad, guys. I was testing last night, so I forgot. Whoops. My bad. Today we're going to be coloring a dungeon. Gasp. The dungeon. Can you believe we still have like 4 sections? I don't know if we'll finish the dungeon section today, because like the smallest one seems to be 1K. But we'll see. She went from piano to forte. I went from pianissimo to forte. Indeed. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing good. That's kind of the bulk of what I was saying while I was muted. I was just like, hi, hope you're good. Today's big EP day. Big EP, very speepy. It is what it is. I mean, I'm usually kind of EP, but like, at least I managed to get really good sleep last night. That is a win in my book. For someone with insomnia, it's always nice when you actually manage to get a day where you sleep properly. I was very tempted to just not stream and keep sleeping for the entirety of the day, but I realized that that would also just be bad for my sleep schedule, so... productivity, it is. I had Oni withdrawal the past few weeks. This is healing. Well, I hope everything's been good. I understand if people have been busy. This does tend to be a busy season for a lot of people, especially in my community. I feel like I have a lot of people who get busy in like the fall and winter months. Whether it be for school or work or whatever else, I feel like everybody gets really busy around this time, which is crazy because this is also the season when I debuted. But it is what it is. The community that comes later wasn't always there for your origin. I just drew in new people over time and they happen to all be busy folks. Such is life. On the other side of the planet, but I'm glad to be back. I hope you had a nice trip. Yatta, yatta. Music vocab fancy. I mean, I did take like proper singing lessons for a lot of my adolescence. I was in like the different choirs. I was in advanced choir during middle school. I call it advanced choir as kind of a joke. We were like the more... It was the choir that you had to audition for, but it was like basically just a smaller choir grouping. You had to be in both the like general chorus as well as the like advanced choir. So it was always very funny. We had to do them back to back. So I basically had like a whole hour and a half-ish block of choir. It'd be like that sometimes. But yes, I do know some music terms. Impressive, thank you. I've said this before, but one of the main reasons I did advanced choir, not just because a lot of my friends were doing it and I wanted to try and get in to be with them, but doing advanced choir meant that we could get out of our other grade 8 electives. So I was able to get out of gym, PE. I was able to get out of frick? What were the other classes that we were able to skip? Gym was the main one. A lot of us did it because we didn't want to do gym. No PE, please. I think it might have been like some obscure like life science course. Oh, I think it was like sewing or like that kind of like home ec class, because I took regular home ec the year before, but I didn't have to take the secondary home ec, which was for like sewing, which was good because I'm bad at sewing. And then there were like 2 other classes that we were able to get out of because of that. Because we were in the advanced choir, so we had to dedicate all our time to the choir. When you're a kid, you want to take any excuse to get out of the classes you hate. Something similar happened-ish with my senior year schedule, where everybody else chose late arrival so that they could sleep in. I chose early dismissal because I knew that Oni Mama would be able to use her lunch break to come pick me up and take me home. But then also it worked out so that all of my classes I could fit into like the middle of the day, and then I had first period lunch because even though I had early dismissal, they were still required to give me a lunch period. So my lunch was at like 10:45 a.m. So technically I could leave during lunch and just not come back. But what ended up happening is I stayed through lunch, and then Oni Mama would come pick me up, and I'd be home by like 12:30, basically. Sometimes sooner, depending on how quickly Oni Mama could get on her lunch break. But she would basically have to use her lunch breaks to come pick me up. Did you ever drive or take transit to school, or did your school not have that? I was part of a carpool my freshman year. I did ride the bus for like a lot of my middle school age like schooling. I was a bus kid. For elementary school, it was in walking distance, so I was considered a walker/car rider. We all got dismissed separately. Like, bus riders would usually get to leave first, but walkers and car riders had to leave at like a very specific time. But yeah, I was a walker for most of elementary school. I did take the school bus system when I was in middle school. In high school, I took the bus sometimes, but for the most part, I was part of a carpool my freshman year. The carpool was not always very good for me, though, because the other 2 that I was in the carpool with, they had more extracurriculars than me at the time. So for some reason, I had to wait for them to finish their extracurriculars, but they were not willing to wait for me to finish mine. So I had to get like another form of transportation after my extracurriculars, but my ass had to sit there and wait for theirs to be finished, even though I was like ready to go home before then. So after that happened, Oni Mama was like, we're not doing this again. And I was like, okay. And I think after that, I just became I'm trying to remember what happened sophomore year. I think I was just like, Oni Mama would just bring me to school. And then I think I took the bus home. After that, like, the bus at least was like more reliable for when I needed to get home. And then usually my extracurriculars tended to end like by the time Oni Mama was getting out of work, so she just started picking me up on those days. And then I think it was junior and senior year where I ended up living closer to my high school after we moved. So that was kind of when it became like easier for me to get home. I walked when the weather was good, and then when it wasn't good, I think I had like another family member, I think, who was picking me up. I really don't remember. Junior year was kind of a blur because a lot of bad stuff happened that year. And then, like I said, senior year, the one that I'm talking about, is when I elected for early dismissal. So, of course, there were no buses. And I couldn't loiter on school property, so usually Onimama would use her lunch break to come get me. And then I'd be home usually before, like at noon, maybe a little bit before sometimes. So I was only at school for like 4 or 5 hours for my senior year. But in order to do this, the sacrifice was that I had to take 2 math classes. I had a very interesting schedule where I had to take like 2 math classes. I think I've mentioned this before. I was taking statistics and algebra 3 were the 2 math classes that I took in order to accomplish the schedule. And I had them like back to back. Well, specifically I had algebra 3 and then I had stats and then I had lunch so then I could go home. How do you take 2 different math classes? At the time, I really liked math. I don't know what to tell you. At the time, I just really liked math. So I was like, hell yeah. I had AP government in the mornings. I had AP Lang in the period after, I think. Then I had algebra 3, I believe. And then stats was like 4th period, and then I had 5th period lunch. So that's why I was getting out so early. Because I could technically leave the minute my lunch period started, because they didn't really like have an expectation of me to stay because they don't take attendance for lunch periods. So I could have left then, but I had to wait for Onimama to get out of work. So usually it would be after lunch, and then I just get to go home. I'd be like, see ya, losers. Because I'd be with all of my friends during lunch period because they all happened to also get morning lunch, but then they still had to stay until the end of the day because of how they chose late arrival. So I'd be like, bye. Bye, see ya. She's a math addict. I liked math. What can you say? What can I say? I really liked specifically algebra. Statistics, I was okay at. Not the greatest, but I was all right. But I really liked algebra. Algebra 3 was also the class where I first downloaded and started playing Love Live School Idol Festival. The original one. Sounds about like my senior year. I ran out of classes to take. Morning was 2.5 study halls into lunch. That's crazy. I don't think you could ever really run out of classes. Like, I obviously had the option to pick other classes when I was making my schedule the year before, but I realized that I could finagle my schedule to be perfect for me to leave, and I did. I was just like, fucking see ya. The thing is, though, I had wanted to also take AP Lit alongside AP Lang, but unfortunately, Lit was only available in the afternoons, which meant I would have had to stay longer and I couldn't have chosen early dismissal. So I had to make the sacrifice. I also gave up all of my clubs that year so that I could be part of the Going Home Club because Onimama was not going to go off work again to let me come back to school. And I wasn't allowed to stay at the school for like hours at a time in order to like wait for my electives to start. Like they didn't let me loiter. So I had to make the sacrifice of not doing any clubs. And I became part of the Going Home Club my senior year. Some might say that that's a waste, but honestly, I think I'm kind of glad that I made that choice because I got a lot more rest this way. And also I had more time to like dedicate to like doing my homework super early. Because when I came home, I would have like an actual lunch. I didn't eat at the school usually. I would just wait until I was home. But I'd have like my actual lunch when I got home. And then I would like do my homework. And then I'd be able to have time to like take a nap. And I'd actually have like time to myself in the evenings to like play video games or talk to Hitomi and all of that fun stuff. It was like really good for my hobbies. My online hobbies. Well, Hanaki, hope you're well. I'm good. I slept well today, so I'm feeling pretty energized. I graduating class is 116. You absolutely can run out in small schools. AP classes, what are those? Oh, did you guys not even have AP? AP is advanced placement. It's where you go that's like above honors, basically. Well, okay, technically there is another thing before AP, which is CP, at least at my school. But it was like honors English, English, CP, which was college prep, and then the English AP classes, which were, well, it's technically also pre-AP and then AP. Because junior year I took pre-AP Lang, and then I took AP Lang properly my senior year. I don't think I had to like walk the gambit, but I did anyway. I took CP English, I believe, my freshman year, I think. Oh my god, I really don't remember. So much of my schooling's a bit of a blur. And then I was in honors English in sophomore year, I think. And then I took pre-AP, and then I was in AP. I got really good scores in my social studies and like history classes. I didn't take AP history though. I didn't use my AP until junior year because then I could take AP psychology. So I was in AP psych junior year. And then senior year, that's why I was in AP government. I did pretty all right. I was only AP in like the social studies and like English courses though. I could not do AP for math or science. I had tried to do advanced math when I was in middle school, but that was also a year that was kind of bad for me. So I flopped majorly, and I actually got shamed by my teacher for it. I got kicked out of Algebra 1 because I was just like failing so bad. And then when I was in general math, he was not very nice to me because he also taught the general math class. Ha 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 ha. Bad year all around. Kind of a bad teacher also, but we don't talk about that. I was admittedly a bit of a bad student. That was like, I guess the closest I came to being a rebellious kid, because it's not like I was actually actively rebelling, but I was just like really bad at studying that year. I didn't want to lock in. And so that caused a lot of problems for me. I was also accused of cheating on a test when I literally didn't. So the story for that one is I was, I believe, sick the day that we initially were supposed to take this test. And so I had to use a lunch detention, quote unquote, thing, like a lunch detention / study hall, where I could like take the test as a makeup, and I did. But for some reason, when the period ended, instead of taking my test up to the teacher like I was supposed to do, I forgot. And I guess my brain just thought that I was working on a homework assignment, and so my brain made me put it back in my folder, and so I had it with me still, and I accidentally took it home. I didn't touch it during the entirety of this time, for the record, but then I remembered when I came back to class the next day, I was like, oh shit, I still have this math test that I finished. I have to give this to the teacher. And so I came up to him like during like a study period. We were in like the computer room of the library. I vividly remember this, but I was like, hey, I took this during lunch detention, and I forgot to hand it back in after I finished, but I have it, so here. And then he basically like made the entire class stop what they were doing so he could criticize me for taking it home and cheating. And he basically like announced to the whole class that he was gonna give it a 0 because I took it home, and he didn't know if I had cheated. He didn't want to grade it because there was a high chance that I probably just like cheated on it. And I was like, what? Why would I do that? You think I would want to do more math at home than necessary? But the fact that it was in front of the entire class was also very embarrassing. So I was just kind of standing there like shrinking into my frickin' tennis shoes like, okay. So that sucked. I didn't really have an option to transfer to a different math class though, because the way my middle school worked, we were assigned to like teams. And you had like the same teachers for the core subjects on like your team. The only way that you could change teachers was if you changed entire teams. So I would have had to change like my entire class lineup if I wanted to get a new math teacher, unfortunately. So I was kind of stuck with the math teacher that I had that year, and that was very rough for me. But yeah, bad year overall. Bad year, not good. But no, it was okay though, because the next year that I took math, my teacher was so nice. She was literally an angel. She made it so easy to understand. She was so helpful and kind. I loved her. Yankee Yuno arc. That's the thing. Like, even though I was not really good at studying, I wasn't necessarily like a rebel. I just didn't really have the brain power to study that year. Can you do trigonometry? No. I got to skip trig. I never had to take a trigonometry class in my life. One of my teachers did try to teach us a little bit of trig, and we were all just like, huh? So she gave up. It was like optional. She just wanted to see if we could learn it. And all of us were like, and then we just didn't continue that lesson. Our only parallel tracks for English was general or academic. Math was algebra, geometry, into trig, calc, or general math, which topped at general algebra, and science. Science was general life and general earth science, or biochem physics. Because my school didn't get AP certs, Chem 2 was pretty close to Chem 101 from college, except no credits. Ugh. Having to do it for no credits sounds like balls, to be honest. For my science track, my freshman year was Earth, Space, Physical Science. Sophomore year, I think, was biology? Yeah. Third year was chemistry. I was really fucking bad at chemistry. And then, right, the other class I had senior year was forensic science. Elective science course. I remember that. What? Yeah, we had forensic science as an elective. Super cool class. And it was taught by the teacher who taught me Earth, Space, Physical Science. So it was a very full circle moment to have her as my senior year teacher, as well as my freshman year. I took biology the last 2 years of high school because I was interested in genetics, which was like 2 chapters in total over the 2 years. God, I know. I really liked the genetics portion of biology too. I wish they taught more of it. Such a bummer. I meant one to the chemistry slander. Yeah, no, I was really bad at chemistry. Hated it, was bad at it. The teacher that we had also was just not very nice. She was very, very strict. Because junior year, in Onigashima, you could take a test to, well, not you could. You had to take like this particular assessment test that would allow you to get out of your end of year, like your finals. Or at least it was supposed to. Our chemistry teacher was the only science teacher that like forced us to take our exams even after we took the like Onigashima assessment. We took our fucking oats and this teacher was like, okay, but you still have to come in for my exam. It's a big part of your grade. And I was just like, I'm already failing. Let me out. I wasn't failing. I had like a C and D average though. It was not very good. But Onimama was just like, hey, listen, as long as you can get me a C in that class, I won't be mad at you. And so I did manage to pull out with a C, but I was not very proud of myself. I was like, God, I'm so bad at science. Mom, I'm so bad at science. Please get me out. But I was pretty decent at biology, and I was pretty decent at forensic science. Earth Space Physical was also okay at times, but then there were other times where it was not okay. Yippee! Chemistry is bollocks, correct. I loved chemistry. Doing organic chemistry product chains gave me life. You would think that as somebody who really likes algebra, that I would have enjoyed doing chemistry stuff, but I hated chemistry equations. They just did not register in my brain. Did y'all have like state-sponsored final exams? Is that too close to home to ask? What do you mean by state-sponsored? I'm not sure what you mean by that. English was English, but the other two were kind of dictated by 8th grade. You took pre-algebra in 7th, algebra 8th if advanced track. Gen math, pre-algebra of general, advanced science in 8th versus gen sci. Yeah, I think math was kind of similar for us. It was never called pre-algebra in 7th grade, though. I'm pretty sure it was just math. Advanced track for 8th grade was either more math. It was either pre-algebra or algebra, I think. So I started in algebra, and then I had to convert to pre-algebra, I think. State makes your final exams, and everyone, regardless of school, takes the same final. No, Onigashima doesn't have that. Thank God. I like kind of remember what my final situation was like in senior year, but a lot of the end of senior year is a bit of a blur because we get out of school early in Onigashima as seniors. We get to like end the school year before everybody else does. And I think a lot of my teachers didn't really want to give us finals. So I don't really have a lot of memories of there being very complicated finals. Obviously for the AP classes I took, I had to take the AP tests, so I had to like sit for those, but I do not recall anything specific about my finals. 'Twas a blur. But we got out early before everybody else, and then we also got to go on our senior trip while people were still finishing up school. If you missed the state final, you had to retake it over the summer? Ew, that sucks. Yeah, we never really had to deal with that. Proficiency test, though, state mandated, but it was a 10th grade level. You got 3 shots to pass it. I think you only had 6 or 7 fail any subject in 10th, and they all cleaned it up. Yeah, I remember there being a proficiency test that we had to take. I think we had to take it both sophomore and junior year. I think. Because I have memories of being able to, like, leave early because of finishing exams. Was there ever an art-related class like photography, watercolor, drawing, or at least an introduction? Yes. But I didn't have to take them because I chose different art courses. My friends took, like, the different art classes, and I think I had a friend who was also in AP art. Or maybe AP photography? Because for a while she thought that she was going to be a photographer. She ended up pivoting to a different career path, but yeah, they had like art and photography and stuff. No watercolor. Our art programs were severely underfunded. Onigashima is not really a big patron of the arts, unfortunately. It's hard to be an Oiron out here because not many people are patrons of the arts. Gasp. Yeah, gasp. But I didn't have to take them. My freshman year, I took voice lessons, and then I also took the acting course that we had. So I didn't have to take any other art courses because I took all of my art courses my freshman year, basically. So my art credits were done, which is good for me also because I'm very bad at visual arts. So I've never really had an inclination towards those. I'm really sad because my high school used to offer a creative writing course, but they got rid of it right before my freshman year. So I didn't have the chance to take the creative writing course. And they never brought it back. I was like, please, I need this so bad. The only option that was like kind of similar was journalism, but I didn't really want to go into journalism. I didn't really care about working for the school paper. I had to take art 1 because art or music required credit. All the band kids avoided it. It was fun, but very basic. Actual art enjoyers kept going into art 3 and 4. Yeah. Makes sense. But yeah, friends that I used to have in choir started pivoting to like different art courses or like different art tracks. One friend I think stuck with like regular choir. Like he stayed in mixed chorus, but couldn't get into like the honors chorus. Yes, there was an honors chorus. But we used to joke that it was always where the show choir people went because show choir was like a separate like out of school elective. But most of the people that passed the auditions to get into the honors choir were people that were doing the show choir program. So it was basically just show choir at school. My friend was stuck in general chorus. I don't think he stuck with it for long, though. I think he didn't do it sophomore year. Writing arts, calligraphy? No. Unfortunately. Our school didn't care about that stuff. They had, like, foreign language programs, I guess, for electives. That was about it. Let go my ego. Thank you for the $4.20 tip. Haha, nice. Imagine being pulled in front of class by your teacher for him to mispronounce something because he didn't understand. Attention class, Yuno is in VTuber. Stay in school. So true. And thank you for the $3.33 tip. Why Yuno work stream elements? No. I did hear it the first time. I just forgot to read it because I was locked in on my conversation. I apologize. I see both. Thank you. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I will take big sip. Theater kid Yuno for 1 year and 1 year only. I realized very quickly that I wasn't really into stage theater because I'm really good at voice acting, but I'm so fucking bad at like expressions and like stage presence. I can express really, really well with my voice, but I can't do anything else. But every time I'd be like cold reading from a script for like classes or whatever, or like reading out loud, everyone would be like, why aren't you doing theater? You're so expressive. And I'd be like, because I can't do this with my face. That's part of why I became a VTuber, honestly. It's the fact that I'm not very expressive IRL, but now I have like a VTuber model that can like take even my slight expressions and exaggerate them. So now I actually look like a person. My RBF is terminal. I'm like laughing and giggling and all of this stuff, but I don't think I really change expressions much. As like a person. So having a VTuber model do it for me is really nice. You do great in conventions then? What, as like a voice actor? Who knows, maybe someday. Meet and greet? Oh, I'm never doing it in person. I mean, if you want me at a convention, you gotta tell them that you want, Hanaki to show up. But like also, I'd never do that shit in person, dude. I do want to do more meet and greets though. Had to do the same thing in college. Took music because one of the requirements was attending free concerts at the music hall on campus. Oh, hell yeah. There's nothing better than getting a little bit of extra credit for going to on-campus events. We had that in the writing program. If you went to any of the on-campus readings or like writing panels, you could get extra credit if you brought like the brochure or the pamphlet. So fun. You know Hanaki at a big-ass Comic-Con? Wouldn't that be so cool? That's how you know Hanaki has made it, if I get invited to like a super big convention. Unfortunately, I don't think Hanaki is ever gonna make it there. I just don't know if I'm ever gonna reach that level of fame. I'd like to. IRL with mask, it's great content hearing about the constant panic attacks. Ugh. Of course you guys think that's great content. Yeah, no, I can't do any of that. I mentioned this the other day. I think also I was playing Coloring Voxels, but you're probably never gonna catch me doing anything like IRL content related. I just don't think that's in me as an individual. I like the anonymity a bit too much. And like I said, I don't really express myself well. I'm very awkward physically, like as an individual. I don't know how to take up space properly. So for me, it's just kind of better to do all of my content and like everything that I do just like virtually / remotely. Even if I were to go like in person to a convention, I would not have any sort of marker that indicates who I am. And I would just go as like an enjoyer. All of my work stuff I would want to do remotely. Oh, thank you for another hydrate. Take big sip. Where do I keep my hands kind of person? It's more just like I fidget. I like shift on my feet a lot. I tend to like, what's the word? I don't know where to look with my eyes sometimes. Like I really struggle. Like I can give eye contact and like have a conversation, but sometimes I don't know where to look like when I'm not being spoken to. There's just like a lot of things I can't like do properly. That's why I felt like such a fucking pee-pee poo-poo head when I met Reina. I was just like, she's so like social and like just really good at talking to people and like very touchy, which I'm also definitely not. I'm not a touchy person. So I was just like, oh God. In comparison, I was like, I'm gonna blow up. I blow up by fear. What if you cosplayed as another VTuber? No. I do think it'd be pretty funny if I showed up at like some place and I saw someone with Hanaki merch like on their bag or whatever, and I was just like, nice VTuber. And then I just didn't elaborate. Because I feel like, I don't know, not to give too much away about myself, but I feel like people would see me and not immediately equate me with Yuno. So if I was like, hey, nice VTuber, I don't even think they'd be able to place me, even if I sounded exactly like how I do on stream. I don't think anyone would be able to put two and two together. Ew, physical touch, same. Secretly checking out the Damadachi. But for Reina, you tried. I really did. It's different when it's just like casual meetups with other VTubers. I guess. I don't know. I think I've said this before, but I was still actually like super nervous to meet Reina. And I met Reina on like the last day that I was on my trip, so I was just like really nervous the whole trip, low-key. In my head, I was just thinking, which of my outfits am I going to save to wear for Reina? Am I going to have time to like freshen up and look normal? Is she gonna think I'm weird? There were some like social faux pas things that I did because I'm a bit stupid, and sometimes my brain will just remind me of them, and I'm just like, can you not do that? I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about how I did that. I'm so stupid. But I tried my best for her because she was very sweet. Potion room. Room where you make potion. The stark contrast between you and Reina is what makes it very adorable. Thank you. She's definitely like the epitome of like the sunshine demon, and I am definitely like the moon demon. We are literally like sun and moon, polar opposite type of demon. Slips Yuno's brain a taller. Good job. Oi! Stop convincing my brain to make me remember these really bad social mistakes. Espeon and Umbreon? Oh, true. Dare I say true? I hate it when brain goes, remember that embarrassing thing you did a long time ago? Yeah, it keeps reminding me specifically of the thing that I was a bit awkward and messed up with when it came to hanging out with Reina. It's like, remember how you fumbled the bag with Reina like a year ago? I'm just like, stop. Stop, please. Please, oh my god, stop. It sucks, I don't like it. But it's fine. Reina has never held it against me. She's just been very sweet. I don't think Reina has like a bad bone in her body though, so I don't think she could ever, well, I mean, maybe she could hold a grudge, but I don't know if she could like hold an evil grudge. I think her grudge would be like, you stole the last cookie from the cookie jar or something. It'd be just like very, I don't want to call it elementary, but do you get what I'm trying to say? If she held a grudge, it wouldn't be for anything like actively malicious. PTSD is a bitch. I don't think it's PTSD. I think it's just my memory is like, hey, remember how much of a fucking idiot you are? I think that's just part of my brain hell. That's the type of brain spice that I have. Valid grudge, true, valid grudge. Brain hell, oh, this is real. I call it brain hell all the time. Neuro Spicy Oni, my beloved, thank you. I bet she thought it was cute. We'll see. She did kind of like... I'm not gonna explain what the thing was, but she did kind of look at me, like, surprised. And I was like, I fucked up. Like, I did it by instinct because of something we were talking about. And it's just like, oh, I guess we're doing this now. And I was like, oh, whoops. It was very embarrassing. When you steal the lobster that Reina wanted to steal, well, that would never happen because I don't like lobster. She could have all the seafood she wants with me because I don't eat it. If she wanted to get a seafood platter, she could have it all to herself. Anything for you, queen. I don't eat it anyway. Yuno's brain holding her hostage with blackmail. If I ever get the chance to meet Reina's son in person again, I'm going to do my best to not fumble the fucking bag, dude. She's too nice and too pretty for me to be fumbling the bag like this. Gotta guard those burgers around here too. Oh, so true. I will be guarding my burger. I believe the burger that was described during that story sounds like something I would order also, so I will be guarding my burger with my fucking life. Sorry, Miss Reina, you will not be able to take my burger from me. I will do a lot of things for pretty women, but I will not sacrifice my burger. By the law of Reina eats all the food, that day she would worry about eating the lobster and instead eat all the mac and cheese. No, not the mac and cheese. Can't she not have mac and cheese? I don't know. I remember when we were talking that I realized that she had a lot of like food allergies that I didn't know about. I don't know how much she mentioned about our hangout, but we went to like a cafe. And me and Hitomi realized that she had a lot of like allergies that she couldn't consume a lot of different things, and we were just like, oh. I don't know if mac and cheese falls under the category. I can't remember if there was like a big allergy to anything that would be involved in that, but like probably. I'm very lucky that besides like my very obscure fruit intolerances, I don't really have food allergies. Like my food allergies are generally quite avoidable. So I don't really have to worry about like cross contaminants or anything like that. And it also means that I can try more things. The law is ironclad. Allergies will be ignored or bend the universe into the food not being there. So you say, I guess. Hanaki, welcome in. Fruit allergy still works? Yes, but they're very obscure. And it's thus, like, very easily avoidable. In comparison to people who are allergic to, like, stuff that's in everything. Or like having to be careful that foods weren't prepared in like a certain kind of oil because they're allergic to that kind of oil. I was watching a show on Dropout the other day, and one of the people on there mentioned that they like randomly developed an allergy to mangoes, just like they woke up one day and they were allergic. And I was just like, God, it really does suck how bodies can just randomly decide you're gonna have an allergy now. I'm scared of that day ever happening to me, but for now I'm going to enjoy the fact I don't really have them. Bean allergy, I must have Oni blood in me. Oni only have bad reactions specifically to white soybeans. Everything else is just kind of like bad. Icky, yucky, not good. I just don't really go out of my way to experiment with beans to find out if there's beans that we can actually tolerate. I just know for sure that white soybeans cause us to die, so it makes more sense to just avoid bean. Wide scope of no beans. I think so long as you expose that body to those foods, you should be fine. It would be over for me if I couldn't eat cheese. God, I know, right? My hope is the fact that I constantly enjoy dairy and dairy products means that I will never develop lactose intolerance. But it is also true that overconsumption of something can cause intolerance, because that's what happened to me with blueberries. I realized I liked blueberries and like blueberry products, and I started eating a lot more stuff that had blueberries in it, like all at once, and then I was eating it like every single day. And my body was just like, hey, whoa, this is a crazy amount of introduction of a new thing. And that's what caused me to develop the like the big cold sore that made my family think that I needed to stop having blueberry stuff. So now it is a risk that we cannot run, which sucks because I had loved blueberries. It was the first time I had found a fruit that I liked besides like bananas and applesauce. And it was taken from me so wrongly. So like it goes kind of both ways. It's a mix of like, you know, lack of exposure to thing and then also overexposure. So it's always important to consume certain kinds of food in moderation. Basically. Gotta be careful. And you know, the story that I was talking about, it was someone who like regularly ate mangoes and like enjoyed the taste of mangoes, but then they just happened to wake up and like their lips were super swollen, like giant, swollen, red, plump lips, and it was like bad. But the same thing also happened to my best friend IRL, because she really loved kiwis and was like a big proponent of like snacking on kiwis. She really likes to snack on fruit. So she snacks on most fruits, but then she discovered, while we were away at college freshman year, that she went from like being able to enjoy kiwis to, like it was like causing a legitimate allergic reaction. Like it was causing like a itchy sensation in her throat, and it was getting like harder for her to breathe when she ate them. So she had to completely cut them out of her diet, even though she had been regularly eating them and really liked kiwis. It's scary, man. Your body can just do that. Sick and twisted. Went from mango to Mangstop. Yeah, the story that she was telling was like, she had like a job the next day. Like she was like she's a professional actor, right? So she had a job that she had to do the next day, like a very important shoot. But she woke up with those really swollen, like, allergy symptom lips, and she tried to explain that she couldn't come in because she had an allergic reaction. And the staff were just like, yeah, okay, you can say that you got Botox. And she was like, no, I would have been very open about the fact that I got Botox if this was fucking Botox. And they were like, oh, so do you think it's a lip filler? It's a lip filler thing? And she was like, no, I would know if this was a lip filler thing. But they basically kind of like shamed her for like trying to hide that she got work done on her mouth, even though the thing that happened was like an actual allergic reaction to a fruit. Her allergy ended up being for more stuff that was like in the same mango family too, though, because apparently the same thing happened when she tried to eat peach ring candy. So it's mangoes and peaches that got her. This is the dropout story, by the way, not my friend. My friend, as far as I know, I think has only developed an allergy to kiwi. I haven't caught up with her in a while, though. Maybe there's a new allergy. New allergy just dropped. I don't think so, though. Pillars. I was about to say a lot of these have like pillars to them, but I realized that I guess that's part of the like dungeon theming. They're all just like built on pillars. Fair enough, I guess. Elevated platforms. I'm allergic to cute girls. Achoo! Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. That's very sweet. I talk a big game for someone who can die just from touching a peanut. Hey man, from what I hear about people with peanut allergies, they're just like crazy severe. Thank you for the posture check. My posture's already pretty good, but thank you. I'm sitting pretty straight. Shrimp allergy check. I am not allergic to shrimp, and I am also not shrimping. I feel bad having posture check as even an option because I'm pretty much like never shrimping. It's very rare that I shrimp. You might catch me in a gamer lean, but that's usually not shrimping for me. I don't know why, my posture's just really good. Evil Overlord rule number 55. Elevate the dungeon for high ground advantage or bury it to control points of entry. Options dependent on how common flight is. True. I guess this is a pretty flightless area because they're just like, haha, you'll never reach us up here, idiot. Stupid. Yuno sat straight so her senpais could trip. Poor Isla-sama. Her posture being so bad that she has to like get like actual treatment for her back. Isla-sama. May her treatment go well. You don't hate seafood that much? Yes, that I will never become a shrimp. You can't make me. It's also just because I'm an Oiran, and Oiran naturally have very nice posture. We're always sitting very straight. We have to sit in Seiza pretty often, too. To think Isla and her #1 Coal Knight both sit like L. Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. Like Oshi, like fan, you know? Tell me your secrets. I'm so shrimped in my tablet right now. I noticed sitting in Seiza helped my back. It's so weird. It's because, like, sitting in Seiza, something about sitting on your knees like that just really encourages, like, the rest of your posture to get a lot straighter. Gotta get going. Gotta get a bunch of shiny Solosis. Good luck! Enjoy your shiny hunt. May you get many a jelly baby. Wah, wah, wah. It's called a searing pain in your ankles. Is that a Pokemon? Solosis? Yes. Destroyer plays a lot of Pokemon Go still, very actively, and like participates in all of those like special shiny events. I remember this about him. It's like 9 times out of 10 during like weekends or like when events are going on in Pokemon Go, he'll usually be coming in to report on his shiny hunting. Love this for him, by the way. With all the corporal implosions, I miss those bits of lore. It was always interesting who joins later because they have an Oshi. Well, we couldn't really mention too much about, like, who, if we had Oshis. I was asked in my interview if I watched any of the kawaii talents before though, and I said, yes, I watch Isla-sama, she's my favorite, and I watch Charlotte Suzu, and I watch, little bits of Lua, and I watch little bits of Reina. Lua's streams would usually be on while I was doing stuff to take care of Onimama, so it was good to have like early morning content to watch on my side. I would catch Reina occasionally, not all the time. It depended on how free I was in the afternoons. But it was relatively easy for me to catch Charlotte and Isla. So if I had to choose kawaii Oshis in particular, it was usually those two. Finally caught an Eternatus on Pokerogue on my birthday of all days. Congratulations! That's awesome. Heck yeah. Afternoons, yes. I'm a boomer. What happened to us having like 250 Pokemon? It was 150. I'm sorry to hear that you're a Gen 1er. Sorry for your affliction. My family and I will be doing Pokemon Go since Rayquaza is returning. Ooh, good luck. I hope you can get a good Rayquaza. And or a shiny. Gone Baba. We crossed 1,000 this gen. Yeah, we sure did. We sure did. Charizard Power. Oh, are you also a Fanfire? She's cute, so I get it. She's cute, and she's also so freaking funny. People don't understand just how funny Charlotte Suzu is, and I think it's a crime, to be honest. So freaking funny. Always full of such creative ideas. She'll never admit it. It's true. Yuno was my introduction to production kawaii. I hadn't even heard of it before I saw some of your early clips. Then I found Charlotte too. I just have to stick with VODs because she streams so late. That's fair. I think that's pretty fair. Yeah, at this point too, I'm starting to stream a lot later as well. To the point where now, instead of me raiding Charlotte, Charlotte usually ends up able to raid me. And I'm just like, thanks. The tables have turned. The turning of the table. But I'm happy to know that I was your introduction. I brought in a female fan. Let's go. Let's go. I'm bringing in women. Well, I guess it doesn't matter now because Kawaii's dead. But at the time, woo, I brought in a woman. Lamau. Women. Yeah, Nettle is a woman. Nettle's a girl. And And she just said that I was her introduction to Kawaii. So when Kawaii was alive, I'm the reason that Kawaii managed to grab a female fan. Yay! Honestly, I think a lot of girls started coming in, not necessarily with Hana Mizuki, but I think Ephemera also started bringing in more girls. I am the token female fan. Was that not a thing in Kawaii? Not really. I think pretty much every fan base in Kawaii was like men. Except for maybe Isla-sama. Isla-sama had a lot of female fans, myself included. But I think like the grand majority of Kawaii fan bases were majority men. It was very rare to find a woman. To the point where I don't even think they really had token female fans. Yuno is a Sharzu fan. It explains why Yuno is just as bullyable. It's not intentional. I don't think that's why I became quote-unquote bullyable. Because I don't think you guys bully Charlotte nearly as much as you bully me. Let's be for real. I do like Isla too. That's because Isla's good. It is the infectious energy of me spreading my love of Isla Coleman. I like her so much. Don't tell her I said that. I mean, she knows I like her, so whatever. I like her so much. I think she's so cool. Kaya having 0% is still so funny. I think it's only because when she came back to streaming, she didn't, like, net the female fans watching her. She's also been changing her stream times a lot, which I think is good for experimentation, but not super good for consistency. Not to criticize how somebody is choosing to stream. I don't remember how many female fans she had when she was still, like, super active streaming, though. I wonder if this means that YouTube doesn't count me as a girl, though, because I do watch Kaya's streams, and I'm a girl. Do my watch habits make YouTube think I'm a boy? If so, that's funny. I do notice Yuno and Charlotte have male audiences. I balance it out, putting y'all on my Oshi list with the generic girl fan Oshi package. Perhaps. Yeah, I think definitely Charlotte has, like, majority male fans. My fans are also, I think, majority male. The last time I checked my demographics, it said I had 0.8 women. 0.8% women. And I was like, let's go! There's, like, 2 women in there. In terms of people who have, like, actively said that they are my fan, there are 2 girls that I know of. But there might be a couple more. At least in terms of, like, people who have actively said that they are a fan of Yuno Hanaki, and I actively, like, know that they are girls. 0.4%, you did it. I imagine it's just a percentage lower than 1 rather than actually no one. They do show the percents then? Yeah, they show the percents. They show it very precisely, because mine is 0.4. Or no, 0.8. Sorry. I was looking at the 0.4 comment. I think it's 0.8. For my friends, I know there are some girl fans who just lurk or watch VODs. That's very fair. YouTube frogs. Nettle's so cool she counts twice. No, there's like one other person who I know is a girl and has said that they are a fan. I don't know how often she watches me though. But she's made fan art before, so that's why I know. How many of those are other VTubers, though? For me, honestly, I don't think other VTubers watch me that much. Tomoe occasionally shows up. I believe, back on the topic, I think Charlotte lurks. I'm not gonna call her out for it. But I think Charlotte has lurked before. Sometimes Kaya lurks. I think Hiyori has also mentioned that she lurks and watches my streams sometimes. But, like, honestly, they don't watch me that often. Enough that I don't think that they would count in my demographics. Maybe it's your ex-managers? No, I don't think Foodie or Cowding watch me. Sora does, occasionally. Not a bunch. He's very busy. But I don't think Foodie or Cowding really watch me much. If ever. I don't really stream at a good time for Japan. Maybe the other talents who have more JP friendly times might net a watch from those two, but I'm not very JP friendly. My streams tend to start at the beginning of a JP workday. So, not very good. Or even if it's one of my early streams, it's like middle of the night. And Mamie, has Mamie said that she watches me? If she does, I don't know about it. I feel like I'm too cozy for Mamie. That would be kind of surprising to me. Tomoe says hi and lurks. Kaya says hi and then causes trouble. Charlotte lurks 200% unless a gift sub snipes her, then she panic closes tab, rips power cord out. Yeah, she freaked out the other day because she followed me on Twitch while I was streaming and the alert popped up and I was like, oh, Charlotte Suzu. And she was like, if I knew you were the kind of person who is the kind of freak that has alerts for followers, I wouldn't have followed while you were alive. And I was just like, I'm sorry, Charlotte. Exposed. I'd get stream alerts at like 7 a.m. Good morning. Indeed, that makes sense. Wake the frick up. It's time to watch Yuno Hanaki. Bangs drum. Tomoe is like a ghost and chat is the Luigi board. I like how you said Tomoe is like a ghost. She's literally half ghost, but go off, I guess. Like a ghost. That's like saying I'm like an Oni. I don't know, that Yuno girl, she's like an Oni or something. Say her name enough and she appears. Is that not Beetlejuice? Yuno would wake you up and tell you she made you a champion's breakfast, which happens to be a beer. No, I'd wake you up to say we're getting breakfast. Like we're going to go out to get it, or we're going to have it delivered to the house. I'm not really a breakfast cooker, but I will order breakfast. Or go out for breakfast. I don't mind doing that. I don't know what it is about making breakfast that I'm not a big fan of. I used to like it when I had my full-time office job. I would get really into like making breakfast so that I could have something like yummy before starting work, but ever since I pivoted to doing more freelance, I guess, my life's just been like, I don't know, I roll out of bed, I eat nothing. I work, I still eat nothing. If Yuno appeared when we said her name 3 times, she would get no sleep. Oh, God, you're so right. I just appear like, what? And you guys are just like, I don't know, hi. And then I disappear so I can go back to bed. And you just do the same thing, and I'm like, what? What do you want? You're just like, hi. So it should be my life. Yuno needs a private cook and someone to teach her how to cook. No, it's okay. The eventual plan is for me and Hitomi to live together because Hitomi knows how to cook and enjoys cooking. I think the problem is that even if you taught me how to cook, I would still hate the process. Like, I would do it only because it would help me to survive, but I would still hate the process. I don't find it enjoyable. Like, I hate having to stand at the stove. I hate having to do the work of, like, stirring something. I hate having to, like, flip something over. I hate having to do it. Like, the actual actions are the things that I hate. I can learn how. I just hate having to actually do it. But Hitomi both knows how to cook and can cook well and also enjoys the act of cooking. She also likes cooking for other people, so she's always talked about how she would make a lot of yummy food, and I get to be like, yippee, food! Yippee, food! Yay, yippee! Cooking your own meals every day or build pizza for the rest of your life? I would cook my own meals, it's just that they would be ready meals. Box dinners. The easier the better. Fucking hate cooking. The end result makes it worth it. Imagine how much you save in delivery fees, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'm sure there are some people who enjoy that kind of thing and are like, ah, this is so much more satisfying than paying for a food delivery. I don't give a fuck. To me, there's no difference. Food is food at the end of the day. Some food tastes better than other food, but like, it doesn't matter to me. I just don't like having to clean up the mess. That too. The cleanup also fucking sucks. One thing though, seeing how much cheaper it is to make meat dishes at home than ordering from outside makes me never want to eat outside on my own money, and that's fine. If you feel that way, that's great. I love that for you. I'm glad you enjoy cooking. I don't fucking enjoy cooking. I do it out of necessity to save money, and I fucking hate it every second that I have to do it. And I should be allowed to fucking hate it. I don't find it satisfying to save money. Like, it doesn't matter. None of it matters. I don't enjoy cooking much, but I like to have an excuse to put on music and dance around the kitchen while I cook. And that's fine. I'm glad that you enjoy it. I'm glad that it's fun for you. Doing what you gotta do to make it fun so you can tolerate the experience, I understand. I'll take you out to Waffle House at 3 a.m. Bet. I love Waffle House. Air fryers are too practical not to use. I do have an air fryer. And I use it for typical air fryer needs. I need a bigger air fryer though. The one that I have is unfortunately too small. It does what it needs to do, but I want a bigger one. Tree! Money saved is money you can spend on women. Well, consider I don't spend my money on women. I am the woman that should have money spent on. Consider this. I'll be honest, I cook maybe 3 days a week. Some days I do have to motivate myself to do it though. And that's understandable. I cook like 4 to 5 days a week. Am I good at it? No. Is it usually just like box dinners or instant noodles? Yes. But I do cook at home for all of the people that are like, but you saved money. Yeah, I know. I'm a broke ass bitch. I know that I have to fucking save my fucking money. God. But that doesn't mean I have to enjoy cooking. I don't get satisfaction out of saving money. I feel like shit that I have to do this to save money and eat shitty food. Like, that's the thing you're not getting. It's not clocking to you. I don't find this satisfactory. But such is life. Waffle House at 3 a.m. is like watching Street Fighter 6 unfold in a diner. I know what the fuck a Waffle House is like in the middle of the night, dude. Don't act like I don't. But food is worth it. Also, not every Waffle House is like that. If you're in like a very busy area, maybe. But like, a lot of Waffle Houses are just like dead quiet. Because people don't usually go because of the reputation they've built. So it's honestly at the point where Waffle House isn't really popular. I've never been to a Waffle House. Are they as grimy as legends tell? Sometimes they are quite sticky. I think the food is good though. I guess it depends on which Waffle House you're going to. I think they're better in the South. Quality-wise and also, like, sticky-wise. It's less sticky down there. There are Waffle Houses outside of the South? Yes. Not many, but there are some. It's a chain. They're everywhere. I live across the street from a McDonald's and a Burger King. 3 a.m. is a mess. Oh, are they open 24 hours? If so, that's fair. Can probably get a little crazy. Because that's the thing. A lot of places in Onigashima are not open 24 hours, so I don't usually have this issue. Then again, the closest Waffle House is like a ways away, so not entirely comparable. But a lot of the places that are in my area of Onigashima aren't even open 24 hours. There used to be more, but a lot of them started closing because people just weren't coming during those late night hours and it was too much for them to staff. So now they're not 24 hours anymore. I think the closest thing to me that is 24 hours is like a Starbucks. And that's like a new change. Like they just recently changed it so that it's open 24 hours. I don't know why. I guess that Starbucks is particularly bumping near closing time. I cannot imagine getting Starbucks in the middle of the night. Although Oni, Auntie, and I have joked about getting it in the middle of the night just to see what it's like. It's a joke, but it's also not really a joke. Waffle House, if they're closed, you know something bad is happening. Recession indicator. A Starbucks that is 24 hours. No wonder your Waffle House is peaceful. They moved. I don't know why you guys assume that all of the things that happen at late night are like violent or like bad. I honestly think that more places should have 24-hour availability. Would I necessarily use them? Not always, but like as somebody who is more of a night owl, I think we need things that are better for people who are awake at night. Midnight Starbucks is great for thesis writing. That's kind of what I was thinking, yeah. New York is weird. No Wawa, no Sheets, no Huddle House, no Waffle House. We had no Chick-fil-A's until like 10 years ago. Fair enough. Here, late nights are just drunk students ordering 40 McNuggets. Real. Real and relatable. When I moved to my current place, I was shocked to find out places closed like ever. You're telling me a CVS could close at night? Yeah. I mean, the Onigashima CVS closes at night. It is not open 24 hours. Like, there was only one store that I can remember being open 24 hours, and that's one of the ones that stopped being 24 hours. Very few restaurants are open 24 hours. All of the ones that are like farther away from us. Overnight shift people approve of that. Also, Wawa is the best. I've never been to a Wawa. I hear good things, but I've never been to one. Mm-mm-mm. 24-hour Walmart, sure. 24-hour fast food. I had a Black Friday Wendy's stop that had the drive-thru gal give a VTuber grade Genki welcome to Wendy's at like 4 a.m. Max cute aggression. Aw, that's so cute. Hell yeah. That's the thing. You'd be surprised. People that are willing to work the overnights can be like super nice. Super chill. I've always thought that if I was ever going to be in a situation where I had to go into customer service, I'd want to work at a place that had 24 hours. That was like open 24 hours, I mean, and then I would specifically ask to only work the overnights. Because I think I can handle it. I actually told Hitomi this like the other day, and I remember her being like, what? Really? But also Hitomi currently works like customer service, so she doesn't have very good experiences with it. So she's like, really? You'd be willing to put yourself through that? But I just think I can handle it. I'm already also experiencing a lot of insomnia anyway, so I might as well just like work during that time, right? That's only in like a worst case scenario, because the thing about a lot of those jobs is they want you to have like reliable transport. And especially if I was working overnights, I would have to have my own car. And I can't drive, so I'd have to do the whole kit and caboodle of taking driving classes, trying to get a license. That's not gonna happen for me though. Even if I tried to learn, I could probably do like the paper test, but the minute I have to do the practical test, I'd fail. So, meh. Plus, you usually get paid more overnight since most don't want to do those shifts. Very true. Slightly better pay. And if all you have to do is deal with like a couple of like occasional weirdos, it could be worse. Oihan is a customer service job. Yeah. If only it paid more. I was with my brother. We heard that did a Hollywood grade deadpan turn to each other because no one should sound energetic that early. No, I think that's good. It's better than sounding dead inside. You don't want a customer service worker sounding dead inside. Because that makes you feel like they don't care about what they're doing, and then that makes you, like, apprehensive about the quality of the food and all of that stuff. She was doing her gosh dang job. I would have given her a tip. Right, you're vehicularly challenged. I forgot. Dumb me. I asked about driving to school earlier. Yeah, that's why I interpreted it as having Onimama take me, because I don't drive. I've mentioned this before too, but I had to take like a econ class at one point. I think it was part of the curriculum for AP Gov. Like we were also studying a bit of economics. And they got really mad at me because when I was doing my simulated like adult life cost of living, I didn't have a car, so I didn't have car payments and I didn't pay gas. And they were like, why don't you account for a car? And I was just like, because I don't have a license. And they were like, well, you're gonna get a license, right? And I was like, no. They're like, what do you mean no? And I was like, I mean no. I'm planning to live in a major city that has available public transit. So the only thing I have to account for is the like train/bus pass. And that's a flat rate, so... And they were like, well, surely you're going to want a car someday, right? And I was like, no, I don't. I think the whole point of the exercise was that whole things are expensive, so you have to account for the fact that like you can't always like enjoy what you want in life as an adult. And I was just like, yeah, no shit. But at least I can save on expenses where I think I need to. Now, granted, where I'm at in life now, I do not live in a major city. So unfortunately, this is a very car-dependent area. But I make up for that by not really going out much. I just don't really go out for things very often. And if I do, I usually ask family to take me. if they are able. Or I pay for rideshare. But rideshare can get kind of expensive, so I try not to do that very much. But I don't go grass touch very often. I was wondering why the audio was lagging behind and it was because I had the wrong feed muted. Oh dear. You probably took this before they had Amazon? Yeah. Indeed I did. I think the only equivalent to like a streaming subscription service that they mentioned was like Netflix at the time. But anyways. Point is, I was just very seriously like, hey, I can save. Like, I know how to... Like, I'm budgeting for what I think my life will be like, and I'll be living in a major city. Things are already going to be expensive there. Like, I clearly did the research and was, like, calculating based on what I knew about the research I was doing, and they were still so fucking mad that I wasn't getting a car. And I was just like, I'm sorry. It just means I have more money in my pot compared to everybody else. But even then, it's still not much. I don't know how much I'm gonna be making. Because this is also, like, supposed to be based off of, like, our ideal job, too. And I was going into writing. So, like, writing does not really have a set earning. Very silly. Get a load of all these buildings. I mean, I guess it does look like a dungeon. Like, looking at it, I can kind of see the vision. I'm just surprised that it is, like, raised like this. Huh. Sure, I guess. When I needed to go without car, I bought a bike with panniers for cargo? That's fair. Unfortunately, my fear of driving extends to all vehicles, including bikes. So I love that for you, but unfortunately, my fear extends to more than just cars. I really wish it didn't. I feel like if I could ride a bike, it would just generally be better for me, but society. Oh, why the fuck is it, like, over here? Should have put your job as astronaut. I can't have a car. I'm on the moon. I don't need cars in space. Nah, my teacher would have never fucking believed me. They'd be like, with your science grades? And I'd be like, hey, rude. Then again, I had such, like, a quiet, like, indiscernible personality in high school. I wouldn't be surprised if nobody knew what I was going to do as an adult. I barely knew what I was going to do. I decided very impulsively. I'm not gonna lie. That's the 5 block, is it not? Why is it not lit up? Oh, there we go. That's why. Why did I switch away from 1? Also, where the fuck? Is it some, like, fuck-ass place again? Oh my god, it sure is. Oi. tiny ass map. Stop. This sucks. When I grow up, I want to be an anime girl on the interwebs. Me. Well, I actually didn't know that that was a possible career option at the time. I wanted to be a voice actor, though. I think that was one of the main things I wanted to do, but I thought it was going to be very difficult because, like, back then, a lot of the advice that voice actors were giving was to, like, go into theater. And because I tried to go into theater and I didn't like it, I thought that I was doomed and I could never be a voice actor. But surprise to everyone involved, most especially me, nowadays, doing stuff online can actually get you a voice acting career. You don't have to have the theater background. It does certainly help in a lot of ways, but you don't have to have it as it was implied in the past. They retired a Kindle. Hey, I'd actually be kind of willing to read. I'd be kind of willing to read audiobooks for a job. I think that'd be kind of fun. That's because I like reading. In the end, it all goes back to book for this child. My whole branding was about being a VTuber, and then I realized I like just watching VTubers rather than trying to stream myself. That's fair. Streaming is definitely not for everyone. You might think that it's for you in some ways, or like you might think that it'd be worth trying, but then it's very likely that you try it and you don't like it as much. You know Podfic Arc? Maybe. I do like reading stories out loud. It was one of my favorite things to do when I was taking writing courses in college, too. I liked being able to read my own story and also read, like, other people's stories out loud. It was fun. I liked being able to, like, act as other people's characters. And since I was one of the few people, like, putting the sauce into my reading so that it wasn't just, like, bland reading, it really helped a lot of people's, like, characters and ideas come to life a bit more, hearing it, like, read by someone who was putting in the effort to actually do acting. And going back to the high school stories, that's how a lot of people in my classes were always just like, why are you not in theater? Why are you not, like, out there acting? And it was because back then I thought the only way to do it was theater, but I was bad at theater. I just can't do the theater stuff. It is simply not in me. But no, there was actually a time where Onimama suggested I try to go into reading for audiobooks. I would if I could. At the moment, the main thing that's stopping me is, like, having to get, like, a slightly better setup. Because whenever I have to go to, like, record things, I have to hold a blanket over my head because I don't really have a booth. I would have to set up a recording booth. If I can ever get around to doing the, like, super deep cleaning that I have to do around the box, I'm planning to convert what was once Onimama's bedroom into, like, a office, like, workspace, because I also think I could probably fit a booth in there. Or maybe at least, like, into that closet. And then I could actually have a recording space. Mayhaps. Where? I'm gonna scream if there's, like, another random... Oh, no, it's up there. It's up there, it's up there. I'm remembered. Relatable? Yeah, very relatable. Hello! Hanaki, welcome in. Recording sofa cushion fort. Honestly, that does sound comfier than the blankets. Having to like force the blanket over the head. I know the blanket does a lot of like background noise dampening, but Lord. Having to hold the blanket up can get exhausting. I don't really have a proper way to like prop it at my current like desk setup. When Yuno is in blanket burrito mode, her audio is as crisp as lettuce. Indeed. This is true. It's also very warm and toasty. A lot easier to do in winter than it is in summer. You will often see a lot of like streamers and like voice actors and people who have to sequester themselves when they make content complaining in the summer months because every setup just becomes unbearably warm because you can't really have anything like a fan or AC running because it's noisy and it picks up on your microphone. So you end up like with bad audio because you have the constant background noise. Even if you can have those things in your space, you have to like turn them off when you're actually recording, so it gets very hot. We be sweating. Do you ever record in a closet? I do not have space in my closets currently. Both of my closets are used for storage and they are quite full. There was actually a time where I planned to set up recording in one of them because I do have like a shelf unit in there and it would have been a good spot to put like my laptop when I still used it. But unfortunately, my laptop is dead. So I don't have like a portable way to bring like scripts and stuff into the closet to record. So I kind of do all my recording at the same desk where I stream, which is why I talked about having to hold a blanket over my head because it's the only way to maintain decent audio quality on a budget. Technically, if you just have like any portable device, you would be fine recording in a closet, but it's a lot easier if it's like a bigger screen so you can actually see the words and like make notes and stuff. In my PLN music, we recorded most vocals in a literal coat closet. Yup. That's because there's less acoustics in there and stuff. Indeed, indeed. But yeah, I have the means to like record the super high quality audio. It's just that I need to only do it in like small doses, otherwise I get too hot. During the summer anyway. Now that we're in like the colder part of autumn and like entering winter, it's gonna be a lot easier to record. Gonna be a lot easier to do stuff. And then, you know, people wouldn't have this problem if they could always go to record at like a professional studio, but part of why voice acting has become so much more accessible is because more people are setting up at-home recording options. Such as me, such as I. This was at a studio, and yet they still thought the closet was the best for the vocals. Home setups are valid. Extremely valid. That's why I'm glad that more official productions are starting to allow people to record from home. Obviously, if you live in like an area where you can access a studio, that can also be ideal. But it's like way more open now, because before a lot of voice acting jobs, you basically could only live in like California or Texas. Or like in terms of voice acting in other countries, I guess it would be like the more like major cities or like the capitals. But a lot of like anime dubbing in particular, you pretty much could only be in California or Texas, because that's where all of the main dubbing studios were, and they required you to do all of your work in person. But after COVID, people realized that you could actually have like a decent at-home recording setup if you're willing to put in the effort to make it. And so it caused a lot more voice actors who were operating purely from home, or like in states where they couldn't have access to dubbing studios. It gave them an opportunity. So that's cool. That's pretty neat, I think. Dang, this Hydra has a lot of parts. It's starting to take better shape though, so it actually looks kind of cool. I'm glad the pieces feel overall less disjointed. I actually feel like I'm making a solid creature. Heck yeah. Only the coziest vibes on Yuno Hanaki channel. Where are these ones? God damn it. Where's the other two? Is it like... It looks like there should be another one of these, but where is it? Oh. There. How was I supposed to see you? Crazy. New coloring angle dropped. Holy moly. Careful with the Hydra heads. If you accidentally cut a head off, you'll have to fill in more. So true. So true. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Thank you for the warning. Luckily, this game is not very violent, so I don't think we'll be cutting any Hydra heads off. But I suppose you could never be too sure. Get me over there. This part's kind of annoying. I guess I could just, like, change the order that I do the colors in. And I wouldn't have as many problems, but meh. Doing it in numerical order makes sense in my brain. Even if it apparently doesn't make sense to the board. Two. Honey. Yeah, honestly, this is a little bit more efficient. Me criticizing it just a second ago. Me when I lie. Oh no, did I miss something again? Wait. Tisk tisk. Look. I quickly understood my hubris. I think that is a sign of character growth. Okay. Bum 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 bum. All right. Hanaki, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day so far. Hope things are good. Right. I don't know what these parts are even supposed to be. More note-taking, but note-making, sorry, but watching stream makes it bearable. I suppose that is fair. Good luck with taking notes. May it be easy-ish. Easy if tedious. Alright. In a way, this almost is like a co-working stream. I am working by, filling in colors. Sure. We can say that. Both doing a task, chill music. Yeah, it's like we're hanging out in the same space, but doing different things. Parallel play is what it is called. Babysitting emoto coloring in a book versus studying. Are you still locked in? And she's just like, yeah. And you're like, all right, sick. That means you're gonna order pizza after this, right? You're gonna get me a pizza? Because I did such a good job and I just colored. I receive pizza? Pizza with lots of veggies? Could be worse. With boba? I mean, the boba's gonna be separate from the pizza, right? So that's fine. We've already discussed this. It would be a bit weird to adjust to the taste, but I think having boba as a drink alongside pizza is not terrible. Almost triggered a dangerous response from me. Thinking dangerously. Pizza is tomorrow since my mom decided to invite herself over. Oh, well, yippee. At least you get pizza out of it. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe I'm weird, but oftentimes when I think of the future involving another person, all I really look forward to is the companionship of doing mundane things with them. No, I don't think that's weird at all. Isn't there like a whole romantic line in Everything Everywhere All at Once where they talk about like maybe in another life we would just be sitting and doing taxes together, or like laundry and taxes or something? Like, people do find that kind of thing like intrinsically romantic? I've never seen the movie, but like I know that a lot of people were quoting it because they thought it was a very like romantic and like sad but intimate thing to say. Where are the other three? over there. The real romance would be evading taxes. Well, some things are illegal still, unfortunately. Illegal for poor people. Rich people can get away with it. So the most romantic thing you could do as someone is to get rich so that way you guys can avoid taxes. In another universe, I'd have a raccoon controlling my body. Bro, relatable. I remember a scene from Modern Family where they acknowledge the romance in doing mundane things together. Yeah. A lot of people think that romance needs to be a big thing all the time. Ugh, sorry if I sounded strained there, I'm stretching. But a lot of people tend to think that it's all about like the big grand gestures, but once you're actually like in a long-term relationship, you do kind of realize that a lot of the most like romantic and intimate parts comes from being together. Just existing in each other's space. Just something about it. How did I miss these? Dang it. Whatever. My great uncle questioned why my dad bought my mom a new kitchen sink for Valentine's Day. Dad just replied that making her happy was better than anything else. Aww. But I mean, it's also something that benefits both of them. And what's a better gift of love than like being able to make something new in the house that you two share? Like it shows care not just for like your partner, but also for like the things that you need in order to make life good for both of you. I find that to be very romantic too. So I get it. I am picking up what he's putting down. God, how many more layers of this? Okay, not too many. I was looking at how like silly and complicated these were getting, and I was just like, how much more? But luckily it's not too bad. Got it. As you wish, video jam. YouTube chat, come back. There we go. The romance in realizing how much MySpace has become our space. Yeah, I agree. Being able to share a space with someone is like super intimate. That's why it's considered a big step in a lot of relationships. I heard MySpace and instantly thought of the old social media website. MySpace? No. Our space. I never had a MySpace account. I knew of it, and I think some of my friends had it, but I didn't. It takes a lot for me to decide to, like, start using a new platform, though. I really only go to one if I know a lot of my friends are using it. And, like, technically I know that my job, quote-unquote, now is more intrinsically tied to social media, and I should be looking into, like, being the first on new platforms to, like, take advantage of the newness of it all. But I just never really think to. There we go. Get a load of that Hydra. Oh, wait, no, it's not a Hydra, it's a Wyvern. Wyvern. It's so skinny. I'm used to seeing Wyverns as, like, big. Well, he's skinny. He's a skinny guy. All right. I'm guessing the Wyvern is somewhere. Maybe I can't see it until I can, like, pan out. Wait, well, let me scroll up. There we go. Oh my god. Okay. It looks bigger in scale to the rest of the things that I built. You know what? Understandable. Understandable. Have a good day. I believe Lake is next, but let me double check. Okay. Yes, it is next. I only started using social media when I realized my desire to connect with people was rendered obsolete by it due to the decrease in frequency and hanging out and people turning towards social media to keep in touch and put less effort into maintaining relationships by taking a more collective approach to keeping friend groups posted. I think that's kind of a jaded way to look at it. I think the advent of social media is both to keep in contact with people that it's harder to, like, meet up with, but I think also it can still be used to connect. Like, I didn't get into social media until my IRL friends insisted on, like, using it to keep in contact. And now it is one of the most beneficial tools because a lot of my friends live away from Onigashima. But we also use it whenever they're in towns to be like, hey, I'm meeting up. Let's go hang out somewhere. And then we're able to catch up, like, quote unquote, the old fashioned way. I don't think it's a replacement. It's just a supplement for, like, certain already existing friendships. Although there are plenty of friendships that I've made that are purely online. And I don't devalue those either. They also have a place, and I think are as equally important to me as the IRL friendships were. I remember my ex convincing me to make a MySpace so she could be my first friend and comment. I was very confused as to why people cared so much about it. This is pre-Facebook. Yeah. Even back then, people were starting to become obsessed with this idea of being the first, of like being top dog, especially because MySpace had all of those like fucking ranking system options. You had something kind of similar with Facebook. I remember with my online friends, I made a Facebook before I was supposed to. I definitely made a Facebook when I wasn't supposed to in the early days. And we all listed each other as like family, so that way we could get like family priority on like the on the feed. On the feed. I think I still have a lot of those friends listed as like family and like siblings on my very old Facebook account that I literally never look at. Nowadays, it's a lot easier to just classically text me than it is to try and get me on fucking Facebook Messenger. Holy. "12 out of 10 game, I actually know what a wyvern is." Indeed. Oh, that was an angle I did not mean to get. Blech. Top down, please. That is my preference. I stopped using Facebook when it was clearly just ads and AI slop. Yeah, I literally cannot be on Facebook for longer than like a minute. The last time I was on it was literally to update people on the death of Oni Mama, and then I was like, okay, bye. And I have not looked at it since. I didn't read comments. I didn't literally like check any messages. I just was like, here's the update, bye. Give me that preference very clear, Miss Top. Yes. Hehe. Hello, Hanaki, welcome in. Hope you are having a good day so far. What happened to the membership? To make a very long story short, because I've explained this before, YouTube has not given me my monetization for like 10 months, basically, like ever since I became indie. I was trying to sign up for a Google AdSense account and it wasn't letting me. It kept rejecting me for reasons I couldn't figure out. And no matter what I tried, no matter what fixes I attempted, nothing I did worked. YouTube was still taking memberships from me though, even though anytime I tried to ask YouTube support themselves, they'd say I was no longer in the partner program because I didn't have an AdSense, but they were still taking membership money. And like we found out that they were just like holding on to it, I guess, until my AdSense could be fixed. But I couldn't figure out what I needed to do to get my AdSense to be approved. And eventually I was so frustrated, I asked for consultation. I was told that the message that I get whenever I get rejected is basically the kiss of death for a channel, and there's no way to fix the monetization status. So because YouTube was still taking membership money from people, but I wasn't earning that money, and Google also wasn't taking that money, I was just like, I guess I gotta close it. So I closed memberships. So I threw a lot of money down the drain because there was no way for YouTube to give it to me, and there was no way for me to like do anything else besides just like close it so that everybody could get their money back. I hope y'all got your refunds. So I don't have memberships active on the YouTube channel anymore. If you want the membership perks, you can either go to Patreon and become a member over there, or you can subscribe on Twitch because I multi-stream. We would rather not get paid than fix a problem, Neil probably. I know, right? And like after talking to the guy that I consulted with, they literally said that this is something that's happened to a lot of creators, but anytime they try to address it with like YouTube or Google people, they all just ignore the problem because they don't want to deal with it. So it is like literally just we would rather just keep the money in a liminal space away from everyone than pay it out to somebody. And it's very frustrating to me because that's like a lot of money that I just threw out because I can't get it. Like, I literally don't know what else I can do when it comes to trying to apply for AdSense again. So I haven't been doing it. But yeah, I closed memberships. Maybe in some distant future, if I'm able to figure out what the problem was and fix it, I'll re-enable it. But for now, I have literally nothing I can do. But yeah, basically YouTube kind of fucked me over, so it is what it is. Yoo-hoo, indeed. I think people have made that joke before. Relatively common, that one. But it's okay, I will get through it. I just have to work extra hard so that I can continue to make decent money on Twitch. To make up for my lack of YouTube support. It really is sad because I accumulated a lot of money through YouTube over the 10 months that I was trying. But I hope everybody could just get their refunds. I don't want that money to just like disappear. I think you can do it. Thank you. I'm doing my best. This month happened to work out pretty well. I just have to make sure that I can maintain the consistency. By this month, I mean September. Obviously, we're still in the middle of October. But I'm saying this month because I got my Twitch payout yesterday. Yippee! And I was able to pay my bills. Yippee! I love that for me. Now I just have to do that again. I just have to pull that shit off again. Yeah, payday, we all love it. Even if all of it just had to go right into bills. Well, not all of it, but I saw how much was in my bank account and I was like, yippee, I can pay my bills. And then I paid my bills and I saw how much was there afterwards and I was like, oh, it's like I didn't get any money at all. It's fine. It be like that. This happened to be a rough month because I have one bill that only charges like every 3 months. And this happened to be the month that it charged, so if it were any other month, I would have had a little bit of extra. But alas. It's okay, though. We live those. Is Blueplay something you can withdraw anytime? No. Blueplay issues it as a payout on a certain date. I also think you have to meet a certain threshold of earnings, and they take a portion of the money, so it might take a little bit until I meet the payment threshold, and then once I meet the payment threshold, I think there's like forms I have to fill out so that I can actually get the payout. But they pay out middle of the month, I think is what it said. But they pay out monthly. Speaking of, if you're interested, you should check out my Blueplay. I will make you a video request of your choosing. You can request literally anything you want. It's like I'm a pelican. Everywhere I turn, there's a giant bill in front of me. God, me. I feel that. Sometimes I wonder what happened, and then I see that some bigger bill hit. Well, at least in my case, I knew that my bills were going to hit that hard, but it was still kind of a bummer because I was like, oh, money, and then I spent it, and then I was like, oh, no money. But you know, I'm a good girl, and I made sure that I paid all of my bills. Now any money that's left is well, I shouldn't say any money that's left is like free money, because I do have to pay the second half of my rent near the end of the month, but that'll be after anniversary and stuff, so I'm kind of hoping the anniversary goes well. I'm hoping that things go well in the next couple of weeks so that I can make sure that I can pay the second half of my rent, and then I'm good. Well, until I have to pay the first half of my rent for next month. Having the payments split up is good because I just don't have the lump sum sitting around at the start of a month anymore. I'm not making that kind of dough regularly. But it does also mean that I'm like regularly paying out like what little I have left in my bank account for my rent. Whoa, actually helping to stream more. Whoa. And I mean, Streamore has also picked up like some gigs in hopes of being able to make more money dollar, so it's not always a struggle. It just happens to be a struggle for these next couple of months probably, until things can kind of re-regulate. That's why I don't like direct deposit. It is convenient and quick, but I want to hold the money dollars. I get it. I can understand the value in that. I find cash to be inconvenient just because pretty much everything I do is online payments. Like literally everything I do, actually. There's like very few occasions where I buy stuff in real life. So I I do prefer direct deposit. For me, a lot of things, at least related to like content creation, tend to go straight to my PayPal, which I'm not a big fan of. I'm waiting for the day that PayPal decides to fuck me over, because I know it's happened to a lot of other people. And I'm like very nervous about that. So I'm like very paranoid about keeping money on PayPal and like transferring money and all of that stuff. I'm just like, ugh. But like pretty much everything I do pays out to PayPal because it's the only option, because they don't do direct deposit. So I'm just like, fuck. Sucks so bad. But it be how it do. Ground is purple and green. Actually, it also has black and white, so these are Domodachi colors. Oh, now there's brown. Just kidding. It was Domodachi colors for a second, though. It's you guys. We think this is odd, so no, you can't have that dono money. I really hope that they fucking get their act together with that, because so many like streamers and content creators use PayPal. You'd think they would get that shit sorted, but they're just like, this is sus. Why do you have so much money? What are you providing? And I'm just like, digital services, please. I feel very fortunate that things have worked out for me so far, but I don't count my chickens before they hatch, you know? So like as fortunate as I am, I also know that there's always going to be a chance that it fucks me. For right now though, I feel very fortunate that it hasn't, especially after things like the Yuno-thon, where it did kind of fuck me, but that's only because of the sheer amount that I was earning. They had to start taking out taxes. Ugh. Donathon seem to set them off even though they're clearly a thing. Yeah, it's because they don't understand why it's like a sudden huge surplus of money. I was earning like semi-regularly even before I did things like the Yuno-thon, so luckily it hasn't freaked out at me for that. Like I've never had it lock because I was getting too many donations at once or whatever, or too many big donations. It just started charging like tax on certain donations that were coming in. So donations that were bigger were starting to get taxed, so they ended up amounting to less. And I didn't account for that because I didn't think that was going to happen. So it caused like a lot of my Yuno-thon math to be wrong. A bit late, but I do appreciate that despite being screwed over by them, you do still stream on YouTube. When I'm at work, I can't really lurk on Twitch as easily. I don't think there's any harm in multi-streaming, because like being able to reach my YouTube audience is never going to be like a bad thing, especially because it is my bigger platform. And it's where I started, and it's a lot of people's preference still. I don't see a reason to not use it for streaming, especially since so many people are multi-streaming nowadays anyway, like even people who weren't fucked by YouTube. So like, why would I not, you know? But I am glad that you were able to enjoy the streams thanks to it. I'm also glad I found a way to multi-stream that's easier than using Restream. Restream was giving me so much fucking crap. But I received guidance not long after I closed my memberships on a way that was better for multi-streaming. And ever since I switched, it's been very good. Thank God. We don't have those like constant drop issues and like my broken up VODs on Twitch because my connection was dropping. Big W. If you donathon all the time, it becomes less suspicious. No, I don't want to do that to you guys. Donathons are dependent on the kind generosity of fans, and I don't want to force you guys to spend all of your money dollars on a broke Oni. Yes, I am broke. Yes, I appreciate getting donations, and I will still ask for money. It's not like I'm going to stop asking. But the last thing I want to do is the pressure of a donathon, because also it's very taxing on the streamer too. Me, I'm the streamer. It's taxing on me. I like that you treat YouTube and Twitch very equally, because Twitch is my preference, but it doesn't feel like you interact with one over the other. I do my best. There have been some times where I'll accidentally click something and it makes YouTube chat disappear, and I kind of forget to bring them back. That's happened like once so far. But I do try to keep it pretty equal. I feel like the chat activity is equal on both platforms anyway, so I just read both. I have you both open on my other monitor. Twitch has like the bigger screen monopoly, because I also have to have access to all of my like Twitch redeems and stuff for the certain like incentives there. But I do still have my YouTube chat open. I have it over the stream preview because I don't need to see the stream preview. I know what my stream looks like. I don't really change screens that often. But yeah, I try to keep it pretty equal. That was actually my fear initially with multi-streaming, was I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to handle looking at both chats, but overall activity seems pretty equal on both sides, so it hasn't been too hard to balance for me. I don't want anyone to feel neglected, especially because one of the main things with me and my desire to connect with my community is, you know, being able to read and interact with as many people as possible. It helps that I'm also a fast reader, so I can catch up on what is happening in one platform over the other relatively quick. So it's less overwhelming than I thought it was going to be, which is a win. Oh, thank you for the stretch. In the Donathon, Yomi, time, space, your wallet, I control them all. Literally me. Give me your wallet now! Give it to me! I will use it for proper things like, food. And occasionally putting it back into content when I am able. And bills. Of course, bills are also the main priority. Help me pay rent, smile. I'm still learning with it being easier to lurk at work on YouTube, but since you're focusing on Twitch more, I watch on here when I have the ability. I appreciate it. It honestly doesn't matter to me either way. As long as I am still receiving support from you guys in some form, it really doesn't matter. My stream elements is technically still tied to my YouTube. So like donations are still technically tied to YouTube. In a way. At least that's the alert box that it's tied to, until I change it, maybe. So, like, as long as I am getting support in some way, shape, or form, in any little way that you can, it doesn't matter to me which platform you use to watch. Obviously, being able to have, like, the monthly memberships through Twitch is, like, very good, because that's consistent monthly income. But, like, I'm not gonna fault someone for not wanting to give their money to Twitch. Twitch is kind of a poopy platform in a lot of ways. be the last person to like sing Twitch's praises, you know? But like for all of the crap that they have made it a bit easier to start monetizing. And they were very quick to approve me, so I have to be a little bit grateful for that because your girl needs to make money somehow. But I will never fault someone for wanting to stay on YouTube over Twitch. I know Twitch sucks. I don't even like staying on Twitch much as a viewer. Can't they just Cash App Buno $100? I will deadass make a Cash App. I'm kidding. I don't know if I trust Cash App. I'm not sure if it has a lot of anonymity features. Do it, no horns. If I do it, you have to actually give me $100. Keep that in mind. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Whew. I have been yapping a lot, I feel, compared to some of my previous streams. So that water was actually good. That water was actually good for me, gasp. I mean, water is good for me in general. But I do feel like I have been doing many a yap today. I think it's the good sleep. I actually feel more awake. I'm like locked in. Yippee! But it is true that people do like the point redeem shenanigans. We talked about this once when I was comparing Twitch and YouTube before. But like, Twitch does have a lot more like, gamification of streaming and like interactability that some people tend to enjoy. Like they like being able to have an impact on the streamer in such a direct way. And it's a lot easier to have points that people can redeem to make me drink water versus them being like, Yuno, have you eaten today? Yuno, you should drink your water. Streamer. Like, it's just a way for you to be like, streamer, drink water, without actually saying it to me. It feels like easier to like appreciate. The best part, more yaps tomorrow too. Yeah, more yaps with Onimon. Onigashima Monday. Onigashima Monday. Someday, if I have the income to do it, I would love to get like a jingle for Onimon. Or like a special theme specifically for Onimon. Because right now I just use like a generic track from... oh god, what's that site that everybody uses? Dova Syndrome. Like right now it's just a generic like Wagaki sounding track from Dova Syndrome. Which is good. Like, it's a good song and everything, but it'd be nice to have like a unique one for Onimon, so then it could actually feel more like a weekly radio show or something, or like a weekly talk show or whatever. I just think that'd be neat. Onimon new metal theme? Sure. I'd be down. I do kind of laugh at the idea of like a very new metal like opening sequence for Onimon, and then it's just me being like, hi, oh Hanaki. Just being a little baby. It's called Gap Moe. Onimon starts keep rolling. So true. That's copyrighted though. Can't do that. Well, could. What's YouTube gonna do? Demonetize me? But I could get bonked because it's English music, and English music tends to actually get, like, full copyright strikes. Yippee! Gotta use break stuff as intro music. Great, another scab needed for Metal Maiden Yuno. I think that'd be pretty cool. Metal Yuno art? Specifically new metal. Because if you're going to assign me metal, I think new metal is probably the ideal genre. Oh shit, I gotta make a study. How big? Okay, it's just the four stacks again. I've done these patterns before. I've been in this place before. Fair, though 80s hair metal would go hard, I guess. I guess so. That's such a good idea, Metal Yuno. New canvas time. Uh-oh, looks like Nettle's cooking. You might get your wish. Once 2.0 is revealed, the skep requests will go crazy, Dayo. I do kind of wonder. It would make me happy. And I was saying this to members. I don't mind saying it here. But Kaya has said after looking at 2.0 and also like doing some like stuff related to like drawing 2.0 for things and stuff. She has said that she thinks that 2.0 is just a lot easier to draw than 1.0 is. Just like a lot easier to understand and thus draw effectively. She's made a lot of like nice comments about the changes on 2.0 that make me happy. Because I know Kaya can be kind of picky with like art and like character design stuff. So it makes me happy that she likes 2.0. Well, she'll never directly say it, but she does think that it's easier to draw. I'm stuck on a design thing right now, though. Speaking of which, can you help me break my choice process without context? Shoulder gears or arm gears? Arm gears. I would say arm gears. If she's phrasing it, that's one hell of an endorsement. I'm 2.0 hyped and 3.0 hyped. Well, yellow's not really 3.0. Not really. It's just a new outfit on 2.0. 3.0 would be if I was once again changing like the base Yuno design, but I don't think I'm going to change it once I get this one, but who knows? Maybe someday in the distant future we'll get a Yuno Hanaki 3.0. I kind of doubt it. I'm very happy with how 2.0 looks. I think the only reason I'd change would be if I for some reason got sick of purple. And I wanted to have a new core color. But I don't foresee that happening. Metal gears. Make sure they're solid, ba-bump. I'm very funny. I'm probably like the funniest person you know, actually. In case you forgot. You should become a streamer. You're right, I should. What do streamers use? Obs? I should get that. Funny is looking? No! I'm funny looking. Don't look at me. Man. That's funny. You got me good on that one. Is that a reference to something I've never seen a video game in my life? Yeah, I know. So true. I've never seen a video game. I think video games actually aren't real. They're all just coloring simulators like this one. Yuno's only seen the virtual coloring book and ebooks, indeed. I've never seen anything else. Video games? I just don't understand how you could put those words together. Clit? Never heard of them. Don't even know that they're real. Kinda doubt it, to be honest. Visual novels are just ebooks with more pictures. Stop. That means that they're light novels. There we go, there's that one. Wow, this space is so red. Cheddar cheese, orange. Or I guess yellow, depending on your worldview. Ah! Please. Lock in. There we go. The gears are now arm gears, thank you, Yuno. No problem. Glad to be of service. May your drawing be a success. Oi. Oh my god, it's so red. Okay, how many layers are on this one? Oh my god, a lot. Okay. Work, I guess. Sometimes I get surprised by how many layers a level is. Like, I know this is like a study, but I'm surprised that there's this many layers to the building. But I imagine some of the later ones are just going to be making, like, the roof and such. Streamer, chug. Chug what? My water? I still have so much water in here. The stream shouldn't be chugging yet. I don't think we're far enough into the layers. I also don't think these layers are that complicated. Thanks for the hydrate. I'll take another sip. Thank you. I feel like there's gotta be people who are like this, but I also cannot imagine only being able to drink water when your chat redeems the hydrate. I know that there are plenty of streamers that like forget to drink water though, and so that's why they have the hydrate redeemed so they can be reminded. Luckily, I will drink with or without a hydrate. I love water. I stop accidentally making the map move. they say about water. What are you doing? Get out of my house. So true. Need to get a 5-gallon thermos on throw and then do the funniest thing. No. I mean, I would take the thermos, but chugging 5 gallons? Bro, I'd die. That's a lot of water. Someone even say too much water. A VTuber I watched was one getting so many hydrate redeems she eventually had to make a VTuber meeting counter. Oh, that's funny. Nah, don't worry, I'll be okay. I have meetings, I think, an average amount. I went to the little Oni room before stream, and I surprisingly haven't had to go since then. A win, I suppose. Pretty sure that is in fact the lethal dose. Ah, I see. Die from being too hydrated. Hydrate or dihydrate, true, real. Actually, live on stream. I could graduate the normal way, or I could graduate by drinking too much water. That's one for the history books. Longest time of meeting avoidance for me was 9.5 hours during a flight. Yeah, I don't think I could ever go to the bathroom during, like, travel. I always make sure to go, like, right before I have to, like, get in a vehicle for, like, long periods of time. I've never been on a plane, so I don't know my situation if I were on a flight. But if I'm, like, if I was ever, like, taking a train or on a bus or, like, in a car for a long period of time, I just would make sure I went beforehand, and then I'd usually be fine for the entirety of, like, the trip. It's very rare that we'd have to stop. I think the only times we've ever had to stop for me to take a meeting was, like, when I was sick. Like, one time I got really bad car sickness and we had to stop. But that was because I had something bad right before. Not because I am prone to car sickness. That was, like, the only time I got car sick in my life. It was around this time that I discovered that I can't have, like, particularly Starbucks whipped cream. There's something in the Starbucks whipped cream that makes me, like, really, really nauseous. But we would always get Starbucks before going on a road trip. And I would get a drink that had whipped cream on it. So before I realized that I couldn't have this particular kind of whipped cream, I would always just start getting sick during the ride, and we'd be like, what is happening? Figured it out, though. It was the whipped cream, because if I got a drink without whipped cream, I was fine. Girl, you gotta travel, go overseas. One day, hopefully you can if you want to. Onigashima, I've been banished here, though. You have to understand, I can't really travel. I've been banished here, I can't leave. But no, I've discussed this, I think, a little bit before, but I don't have a passport. Onimama never really thought that I was gonna need one, so she never got me one when I was a kid. So I don't have a passport that would let me, like, leave Onigashima. So I can't go anywhere. I have to go through the effort to get a passport. And because this is my first passport, I have to pay for all of it. They aren't too expensive or hard to get. You say that, but I barely make enough money to pay my bills. I do not have the money for something as luxurious as getting a passport. But like, even if I got the passport now, I'm definitely not making enough money to warrant being able to go on an international trip. So I don't know. At the moment, it's not really a need, just a want. Throne gift passport feast. I mean, I've had the thought before. I've thought about putting it on like Throne or Sponsa to get a passport so that I could travel, but traveling is such a luxury thing to me. Like, I just cannot imagine asking for that to be crowdfunded. She'd have enough if YouTube didn't scam her for the past year. I know, right? I think about that all the time. All the things that I could have bought, all of the like content I could have made if I still had my memberships, all of the things that we could have accomplished if I was making monthly earnings off of my memberships. But unfortunately, YouTube said no. But maybe someday I can fix it. Not anytime soon, but maybe someday I can fix it. Think of all the off collabs. I get too much anxiety thinking about off collabs. Well, specifically making it into a collab, I guess. Like, I hung out with Reina in person, but the fact that it wasn't a collab made me happy. I think I'd be too nervous to do that kind of thing, like to stream live with somebody. I don't know. I don't think I could do that. I would certainly try, I guess, but I'd be nervous the entire time. I get too anxious about how I present myself as a person, and if I had someone there, like, watching me do my intro, for example, and, like, seeing it happen in real time, I think I'd pale-ish. Something about that just feels embarrassing. Not because the contents of my intro are cringe, far from it. It's more having someone perceive me while I'm doing it. Just feels a little embarrassing to me. But I don't know. Someday, if I can fix my YouTube, maybe that will be in the cards. Streaming do be really different from public speaking, despite basically being the same thing. Well, the thing with streaming is you don't see other people, usually. Like, right now, I am sitting alone in the house that I live in by myself, just in front of my PC. I don't see you guys, and I don't have anyone here to, like, experience me. So, it's a lot easier because it just feels like I'm talking to myself, even if I'm not. Versus, like, if you're doing public speaking, you see everybody and you see all of their, like, live reactions to you, and that can be very nerve-wracking. Many a pressure. Reina, your intro is so cute, you know, ooh ah, ooh ah, ooh ah, combust. No, but, like, actually. We are just little pixels on your screen. You are just words on my screen. I know that there are people behind the words, people that are writing the words, but because I can't actively see you, it's a lot easier to have that dissonance of, like, I'm just talking to myself and occasionally reading text. That's all this is. No, I'm AI. Sure. That works too. Okay. What is left? We have the forge, the tower, acid lava, and the boss room. Dang, that's a lot. Do not perceive me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. It's literally me right now. Merely a jellyfish slapping the keyboard with my slimy tentacles? Hell yeah. We're just figments of your imagination. Time to wake up, you know? Don't do this to me. Every time we talk about this kind of concept, everyone's like, it's time to wake up, you know? The accident wasn't your fault, you know? And I'm just like, stop. There was no accident. I barely leave my box. There can't be an accident. 'Wake up, it's 2007. MCR's at the top of the charts. Oh god, 2007. I don't know if I want to go back there. Was when I was at my most insufferable weeb. That was the like asterisk RP text message. Ooh, oh, whoa, X3 nuzzles you, core, you know, Hanaki. I don't want to go back to her. The company explosion wasn't your fault. It's time to let go. We all left years ago to watch Hololive. No! The parallel timeline. Thank you so much. Where it wasn't Kawaii who managed to have the first VTuber concert in the US. It was Hololive, and everybody went to watch Hololive afterwards. Daniel Smith, thank you for the $10 tip. You know, you have to let go. The fire wasn't your fault. We made you cook. We deserved it. That's true. If you decided to make me cook, who let me cook? Who let you know Hanaki in the kitchen? That's not too different from now, Pwin says. No, that was like actual Skype kitten core. I don't want to deal with all that. 2007 was when I discovered Haruhi Suzumiya and my life was ruined forever. That's fair. If there's anyone who should ruin your life, it should be Haruhi Suzumiya. I was more of a Lucky Star fan than a Suzumiya fan. I did like it, though. I really liked the character songs from that series, too. Very good. Any Yuki Nagato fans in chat? That's my girl. Lucky Star also changed my brain chemistry. Yeah, man. It changes everyone's. It really was almost 20 years ago. Don't say that. Don't say that. Stop right now. No. I admire pre-2007 cringe lords because y'all were doing that on dial-up. Yeah, on dial-up, logging into AIM, like, hello, time to be cringe online. Literally. We should not unearth my old AIM account. I hope that it stays dead forever and that nobody saved any of those fucking archives. I hope it stays dead. We're all turning into dust one day. Not me, bitch. I'm immortal. Not me, bitch. I'm immortal. Loading fan art 1 pixel at a time. So true. Okay there, Opa. No grandma key. Not grandma. Hey, girl, let me get your MySpace. I never had a MySpace. You missed that conversation, but I never had a MySpace account. I did not pick up that fad. I had an aim. I've told this story, I think, before. But when I started using fanfiction.net, I had to make it using Onimama's email because I was not old enough to have my own email address. Not revealing anything else about my age, but I was not old enough to have my own email address at the time, and so whenever I was talking to people, I was using Onimama's email account, and I would like be messaging them like through the messenger client through the email. But then I was able to get my own AIM. I was allowed to have that, but that's because I was only using it to talk to IRL friends. Onimama was going to be stricter if I was going to start adding random people online. And then it was only like a couple of years after that that I was allowed to start like making my own accounts and stuff. The first time I started talking to like actual proper online friends more consistently was when I made a Skype account. My first aim was something based on Sango from Inuyasha, like what was wrong with me? I don't even remember what my name was. I do not remember the username to save my life, and I'm kind of glad that I don't. Because that'll make it even harder to find it. Does anyone remember the old Facebook t-shirts where people would write in their URL? What? They used to have that? That's crazy. I didn't know about all that. Looky, now talking to random people online every day. Yeah, take that, Onimama. Now I do it for a job. She never could have foreseen this. She's probably looking down on me right now like, girl, that is not something to brag about. Nah, she was actually quite proud of me for getting into kawaii and everything. She always said that as long as I was able to pay bills, she would not mind what I got up to. If I was happy and I was able to pay bills, then that's all that mattered to her. Mama Seeds once had to sit me down and explain that chat rooms are dangerous and I shouldn't talk to strangers on the internet. Trust me, Mom, the anime girls on the internet are totally cool. Yeah, they just ask for my credit card information on occasion. As your mom is like, what the fuck is an Akasupa? Never even heard of it. Username XXX by Oni RPs XXX is logged in. I am so pissed off by that username. For the record, I didn't figure out that I was interested in women until I was like... Sorry, I'm trying to remember what age. 13? I guess I was a preteen. But it was definitely after I had made all my usernames, so I would never have made a username that had my identity in it. I never would have done that. I also didn't really refer to what I did as role-playing. Like, I did, but I didn't at the same time. I don't think I would have even used that in the moniker. It's okay. My mama says she likes my Charlotte standee. I don't think she's seen the Yuno one in my PC. Well, Charlotte's cute, so that's good. Charlotte Suzu is good. Good standees, good design. I like her. She's cute. Don't tell her I said that. Nobody tell her. You figured out you like girls that early? I'm jealous. I had a few dreams about smooching my then childhood friend, and I was like, is it normal to want to smooch your best friend? And then well, the crush kind of got bigger over time. The funny thing is I figured out that I had feelings for her like the year that we ended up finding out that she was gonna move during the summer. So we had like that last school year together, and that whole time I was debating if I was ever gonna say anything. I didn't confess until the day that she was going to be moving, and we were allowed to go visit her before her family actually left. But I confessed that like that day, ironically, back on topic, over AIM. I confessed over AIM, asterisks, RP, and all. And for some reason, that crazy girl said yes and that she felt the same way. So when I went to go see her off, it was like the first time we kind of interacted as a couple. I don't know how that girl said yes, but also we were kind of the same level of like weeb cringe during this time frame, so I guess it makes sense. But anyway, she did say yes. She felt the same way. We dated long distance for a little while, but it reached a point where we weren't sure. There's like a lot of deep lore about this relationship. Basically, to make a long story short, we kind of broke it off because we weren't sure if we could maintain it long distance because we were so young. But then I started dating other people online. She did too at a point. We were in the same online friend group, and we both ended up dating separate boys within the friend group. But then when those relationships fizzled out, we met up again during summer break because we were still besties at this point, like online besties. But we met up again during our summer break, and the romantic feelings rekindled. So after that, we stayed pretty committed to each other. We stayed dating for several years after that. Yeah, pretty committed. I was still dating her by the time I met Hitomi. But like after we realized that we could date other people online and stay committed, it was like, well then why did we give up on each other, you know? So we kept dating. It did end eventually. Like the same summer, I should say, that I met Hitomi, was the summer after Oni grandma had passed away, so we had to move out of the family home. And then because I was stressed with like the passing of my grandma and the stress of moving and like a lot of other things that were going on in life at the same time, she did break up with me then because I was not able to like prioritize her as well. And she realized that she kind of wanted something more like in person, like more tangible than just like the occasional summer meetups, which I understood. It really hurt though. I remember being very depressed. But you know, I did realize very early that I liked girls, and like I dated boys a little bit as well. But yeah, she was my first love, and it was a girl. So I guess I did figure it out pretty early. Youth, I know, right? There's like some other deep lore about things that happened with us like throughout college years, but I don't need to share all that stuff. Apt music, the emotional piano track. Yes, true. But I still have very fond memories of that relationship. I hope that she does too now. Even if like there were times where it kind of got like messy, but like what relationship doesn't when you're that young, you know? I still look back on it very fondly. Tried the long distance thing, didn't last long. It's not for everyone. It worked very well for us just because we had such a strong emotional connection from the start. And even when we weren't dating and we were still like online best friends, it just was like really easy to kind of maintain that like deep emotional connection and the spark. I don't think I am better than anyone else for being good at long distance. I know it's very hard for a lot of people, but like for someone who doesn't really care for physical touch all that much, it's really easy for me to handle long distance because I'm all about like just quality time and emotional connection and like verbal conversations. So online relationships just work really well for me and my love language. Every relationship I've had, both with her and then like afterwards when I started dating people that weren't her, all of them have been online. Has started online, I guess, and like either stayed online for the duration or were online and then I met up with them IRL at some point. Yes. Two types of people, her and not her. Well, it's just because I don't know how much to share about the other stories, you know? It's easy to talk about that relationship with her because it was so long ago. Not that the other ones are that recent either, but I don't know. It feels a lot easier to talk about her because it was a very foundational relationship. I dated boys through high school and undergrad and it was always like, why do I not enjoy this? And then I was like, oh. That's very fair. The compulsory heterosexuality can be quite a trap. I'm very lucky that I was never in that situation. And that I figured things out pretty early. I was also lucky to be in an environment where my family didn't really care all that much about queerness and like exploration, I guess. I was very lucky in that regard too. I think I've said this before, but when it came to me coming out to Oni Mama, she was like, that's fine as long as you don't say that you're a boy. And I was like, don't know how to take that statement. Because I didn't think I was a boy. I was just like, okay, I don't know where that came from. Certainly a move. She got better about that eventually because some of my friends started coming out as trans. And so she'd be better about like respecting them and their pronouns, and that helped her expand her worldview a little bit. Gotta go do some shopping. Okay, enjoy your shopping. Gotta start somewhere. Very true. Like, I'm glad that she was still accepting of me, and I am glad that once my friends started coming out, it was a bit easier for me to try and get her to understand. With some, it was easier than others. In some ways, she would be quite stubborn about, like, adjusting, but then there were other people that it was very effortless for her to switch with, so I was like, weird. But that's, like, a whole thing. You know how it be, though. My girlfriend and I always get asked which of us is the man in the relationship, and I just am like, why? I'm just like, isn't the point that there's no men? Please. We got asked that a lot, too. When I was dating her, I mean. Like, people wanted to know, like, who was the more, like, aggressive one, I guess. The top energy. Or whatever. And I was just like, first of all, we're like 13. Don't ask that. Second of all, we're like 13. Don't ask that. Lots of hetero coding in queer relationships sometimes, at least from what people expect. Very true. I think for like, sometimes with heterosexual people, they just find it easier to put it under that kind of lens. Like if they're not used to it, they find it easier to put it under the similar lens of like their understanding of straight relationships. When the thing about queer relationships is that they are very just intrinsically different by nature. And we also just have a completely different understanding of like relationship roles and like gender. Like even if you don't necessarily identify as like trans or non-binary or whatever, I do think that that like being queer or having an interest in like the same gender leads to like a lot of exploration of gender and like different expressions of gender in a way that's like not heteronormative enough for people to understand. But that also isn't always the case. Like I remember one of the times when we met up in the summer, we both got matching dresses from the same store. Not matching as in the same dress, but we got like the same brand in different like complementary colors to our body types. And we went out on a date together wearing those dresses. Like we both went femme. And I feel like most people would expect with like two girls being together, they would expect one to be more like mask while the other would be the one wearing like the dress and like looking more pretty and more effeminate. But we both wanted to wear dresses. Meanwhile, both of us are literally tomboys. Right, exactly. Like people don't really understand that you like mess with expression a lot and that you don't have to fit like the rigid box. It's very interesting. Maybe things are better now in like more modern dating in some respects. I wouldn't know. I haven't dated anybody in a long time. My last relationship was with a non-binary person. Yes. I was trying to remember if they were the last person I dated or if there was someone after, but I don't think so. My brain is peanut-sized. You're getting relationship lore today. Congratulations. Depends where you're at in the world, to be honest. I guess that's also true. I don't know. The benefit of me having had all of my relationships online, I think, is that, like, the internet is kind of just generally more accepting of that stuff, depending on your social circle, perhaps. So I never really had issues of, like, yeah, but who wears the pants? Or, like, yeah, but which of you's the guy? Like, I've never really had that issue, luckily. At least not that much. We're deep in the lore, 3 hours, 40 minutes in. Yeah, that's probably why, honestly. It's the fact that we're this far in. I'm just like, well, I guess I'm lore dumping today. But I remember I got it a lot with her because that was a relationship that technically started IRL. So because people knew that we knew each other in real life, they were like, oh, well then who wears the pants? Or like, who's the guy? Like, who's more, you like that sort of thing. We got that more often in that relationship. And again, we were like 13, 14 while that was going on. And I was like, are you sure you want to do all that? We're like literally kids. We don't think about these things. Even back then, I guess my brain was just like, hey, that's a weird thing for people to be asking. What an odd thing to ask. Wait till she gets to layer 50. Oh yeah, when we get to layer 50, all bets are off, brother. Let's go. relationship I had, well, I guess maybe because I did date boys within the mix, I never really had that issue. A lot of my crushes at a certain point also ended up being primarily on boys, more so. Not that I didn't crush on girls, but I felt like it was more common for me to get a crush on a boy. I had a lot of crushes. I crushed very easily, or at least I did back then. Not anymore. Not anymore. But back then, I used to get crushes very easily, and then I would not wait very long before admitting that I had a crush on someone. And so I got rejected a lot, because for a lot of other people, they were, like, wanting to build more of a friendship, or to, like, not date someone that's a total stranger, which is fair. Fair, but I'm the kind of person who would be like, no, I'm crushing really hard, I have to say something. That being said, my little sister came out first and went full butch. She sees herself as the man in any relationship. It's fun to see the disparity in expression. Oh, that is really interesting. But that's what I mean, though, right? Like, even though she expresses herself as primarily butch and, like, sees herself as quote-unquote the man, she still identifies as a woman. It's very interesting. Queer expressions of gender are very fascinating to me. People are awesome, man. Sounds like the plot of a manga. Could be. Hopefully it's written well.
So much.
Josh Knowles, thank you for the $20 tip. Thank you, thank you. Money for Oni. Money for Oni. Thank you. Making your mark to say relatable. I think about this a lot. If I got to dress the way I liked, I'm sure people would just assume I was trans or gay, which isn't the case. I'm just a hetero male that likes cute clothes. Yeah, that's true. I do think that there's a bit of a pressure towards cross-dressers where, like, there's an assumption there. Or, like, doing drag. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting and weird in some ways. You are allowed to be a guy that likes cute clothes, though. I will say it's a lot easier to have that kind of expression online than it is IRL, unfortunately. I would use Twitch and I'm sub to you there, but Twitch is iffy for me. No, don't worry about it. If it's easier for you to watch on YouTube, then by all means. Support on any platform helps. You don't gotta worry about all that. I'm just happy when people support me in general. So thank you. Bum 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 bum. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I will sip. Worries immensely, sweats profusely, hyperventilates. You have no leg to stand on. You're pretty much always using YouTube chat. You clearly don't worry about it. I see you on Twitch, like, occasionally. But I know you're mostly a YouTube viewer. You don't gotta lie to me. Performative anxiety points at you. Darn it. You think I don't pay attention? I do. I notice. I see everything. Whether you want me to see it or not. My all-seeing eye. Orple. Oh no, being perceived. Oh no. I'm using Twitch chat but watching on YouTube. Fascinating. I'm guessing because the latency between Twitch and stream is a little bit faster, like there's less latency. Like even with like ultra low latency on YouTube, I do think Twitch overall tends to be faster chat-wise. I imagine you as Kane from Amazing Digital Circus with 100 purple eyes floating around you when you say all-seeing eye. Yes, that's the vision. You get it. You get me. This is the way to go for me, at least. I have YouTube Premium so I can avoid ads this way while farming channel points to annoy Yuno with. Rude! Can't believe you're farming the points just to piss me off. Mean. I want to start adding like more fun redeems. A lot of the ones that I have were just Twitch suggestions. But I want to try to come up with some new redeem ideas to put on so that there's like more unique ones. I gotta do that at some point. I'm not very creative. Well, I can be, but this is not my area of creative expertise. But I've been thinking about how I want to do that. Someday soon, hopefully. Twitch ads cut out the stream, so I let the ad play, but I can still watch you. Oh, true. Throw cheese slice. I could technically set that up in the integrated throwing system. Technically. Just get like a 2D cheese slice that you slap onto my forehead. Yes, tits is still a thing. Pretty sure people still use it. It's a bit of a pain to set up, but it is possible. I say pain to set up. It's a pain to set up for me, who is tech illiterate. And it's also a pain because when I need help with tech stuff, I have to ask Hitomi, and sometimes me and Hitomi get too distracted and we forget that that's something we have to do. So if you guys want the integrated throwing system, you might have to give it a bit of time. Because I need Hitomi to be free, I need me to be free, and I also need me to remember. Also need me to member. I can make a note of it somewhere, though. $100K future boba pizza stream? No! I already owe you guys a proper dessert pizza stream in the future. Like a proper, like, boba pizza as it was intended by my manager. I don't want to do boba pizza again. More relaxing coloring time? Yes, sir. As always. I made a lot of progress today, honestly. I wonder if I can finish the section before I have to go eat dinner. That means I have to finish in like an hour. Can I finish in like an hour? We'll see. I don't know. I think I still have like 3 more maps. So I might be stuck with like 2 left. But maybe if I'm fast. Maybe if I move at the speed of light, I can color. Pachoo! What if we used a white chocolate sauce as the base and used gummy worms and Swedish fish as additional toppings? Gummy worms might be okay. No Swedish fish. I don't like those. White chocolate sauce is also not my favorite kind of chocolate, but I guess. Honestly, I think if I could use like a brown sugar, like syrupy thing as the like base and then topping it with the boba pearls, it could still be like a pretty yummy dessert pizza. I think that's how you're supposed to make it. But since I couldn't get like a sweet pizza anywhere, I had to improvise by making the boba pizza the way that I did. The cursed bobizza. God, I hate her. I got some good doodling done, good co-work stream. Yay! Love that for us. Honestly, you streamed for longer than I was expecting. It helped me get through the second half of my day. Good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, man. I didn't expect to stream for this long either. I thought I was going to end at like 3:30. And now here I am an hour later still wanting to color. Really? This is what happens when I get like a good night of sleep for once in my life. I have so much energy. It's crazy. Whoa. Whoa, crazy. Oh my god. You can always set up community goals for Twitch points as well. Get 1 million points, do X stream. True. I could do that. It's not gonna be for Bobitsa though. I've suffered, okay? I've done my time with the Bobitsa. I've already promised to do proper Bobitsa after the completion of the Yunothon, okay? Like, I'm gonna be doing Bobitsa twice. I think that's enough Bobitsa for an entire lifetime. Thank you. No more Bobitsa. No more, please. Well-rested Yuno equals lore drop? I guess. Not really. If anything, you might be more likely to get lore drops out of me when I'm tired. But I do think one of the benefits is that I'm feeling extra yappy today. Yap, 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 yap. So because I'm wanting to fill more space with talking, it's just causing me to share more information. But it's relevant to the conversation, so it's not like I'm just randomly lore dumping at you. I'm just sharing things that are semi-relevant. Can I ask for one more no context choice paralysis assist? Chest frills or no chest frills? No chest frills. Hour 4 first relationship lore, hour 5 credit card info. I'm not giving you my credit card info. Unless I give you this information so you can pay off my credit card bill. You want to pay off my credit card bill? That'd be awesome. Otherwise, no, you're not getting it. Is this the game where you build the environments for 7 days to die? Both use voxels, so I rationally assume a connection. No. This game is literally just meant to be a relaxing game about coloring voxel environments. Environments built with voxels. There's like collections of areas and you're like building kind of like dioramas for each one. It's just like a color by number relaxing game. It's very easy. How about we trade credit cards? How much credit card debt are you in? You know, going for the any %. So true. Any %, baby. Honestly, I don't know how a speedrun of this game would really work. I guess you just have to have your mouse going freaking crazy. freaking silly with it, dude. Enough debt. 2K for my lowest one? Is that your credit card limit, or is that how much debt you're in because of that credit card? Because if so, yikes. I still have only one credit card to my name, and I only just recently got it. However, I mean, it's not fully maxed, but I do have to pay a lot of it off still. And I've been a bit bad with it. I keep only paying the minimum, and then it gets mad at me, and I'm just like, look, I don't have a lot of options right now. I don't have the money to completely pay you off. I'm doing my best. It's making my credit score pissed off at me, and I'm just like, leave me alone. I hate credit scores. I'll be 100% honest with you. You know, I have no idea what's going on in this game. I'm just enjoying the yapping and pretty colors. It literally is just coloring an environment, and then at the end, it shows like a speed paint-esque time-lapse of how I built it, along with the finished product. That's literally all it is. It's barely a game. It's literally just here so that I have something to do while I am yapping to you guys. And it is cozy, so that is what matters to us. Have you ever played Flower? I don't think so. It's just called Flower? It doesn't sound familiar. It's the difference between Onimon and Oni-san. Yeah, Onimon is literally just me sitting there yapping. Oni-san is me yapping with something for you to look at in the background. It's like the equivalent of giving you Subway Surfers, except it's me coloring. Me coloring with voxels. I'm just like, look guys, it's like a Minecraft shape. And you're like, oh, Minecraft. Definitely your type of game. I'll have to look it up. Never heard of it. Let's see. Flower game. Oh, it's only $1. Award-winning Flower now available on PC. Flower lets you take control of the wind as you explore and navigate beautiful, lush environments. Oh, okay. So you are the wind and you just float around a bunch of different, like, plains and gardens and stuff, and you blow, you know, you blow the petals. You blow around buildings. Okay, okay. I can understand. Apparently people usually buy it in a bundle with Journey. That makes sense. It's older, like 2010? Huh? The listing that I found is for 2019. You collect flower petals and bloom the environment. Eh? Oh, I guess I'm looking at the wrong flower then. That's the PC port? Oh. Well, I can't play it on anything else and also stream it if I were to stream it. Windows, iOS, PS Vita, PS3. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to stream it if I didn't get the PC version. Hence why I'm looking at it, but I do appreciate the suggestion. I put it on my wish list. PS Vita, my beloved, real. You know you still locked in? I'm done notes. Yes, I'm still locked in. I am hoping to... Well, I don't know if I'll finish this section by the time that I want, but my ideal is to finish by like 5:30 so that I can have dinner. And Oni's gotta eat. I'll be done soon, probably. It's very relaxing. Good to know. I'll keep it in mind. It's currently on sale for pretty cheap, so it might be worth picking up just to have something to look at and be like, ooh, pretty, ooh, pretty, ooh, pretty. What's for eats tonight? No idea. I never know what I'm going to have for dinner until it's actually like time for dinner and I have to decide. Sometimes I make food, sometimes I order food, sometimes I grab a snack and I am like, ah, dinner. It all depends on vibes. Right now, I truly have no idea. I'm like not super hungry at the moment. My body is going to start feeling very mad at me once dinner time actually approaches. And I don't know what I will want then. Yesterday I had noodle soup. Today, I don't know what the vibe is. I'm craving tempura. What kind of tempura do you like? I like sweet potato tempura. That one's my favorite. It's yummy. I know a lot of people tend to eat like the shrimp one, and that's fine. But I think the veggie ones are underrated. People don't understand how good they can be. Oy. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Low-key want carne asada fries when I'm too lazy to drive. Time to get delivery. Listen, Sunday is arguably one of the best days to get food delivery. It is truly the day of rest. If you don't want to go out, it's the best time to get a delivery. You deserve it. Treat yourself. Or, you know, do what you guys have been insisting and just start making it at home. Get all the groceries for it at the grocery store next time you're out. So the next time you have the craving, you can just make it at home and it'll taste better because you saved money. How about that? I don't know if it tastes better because you saved money. That's what chat was trying to say earlier. They were like, it's so much more satisfying because you know you saved money from all of the buying it through the app and the delivery fees. But you know, I can't cook, so they were trying to argue why it's better to be cooking your meals more often. I'm just being sassy at them. Maybe I will? Hell yeah. It won't taste better because you don't add unhealthy amounts of butter like the restaurants do. They don't add the yummy stuff. The yum yum juice, parentheses, butter. You have an air fryer? So many lazy meals are just throwing a bunch of stuff into the air fryer and just let it go. Barely any prep needed. Yes, I do have an air fryer. But when it comes to making like actual meals at home, I don't have a lot of space in my air fryer. It's very tiny. It can only make like one thing at a time. So it's like put it in the air fryer, wait for that to cook, pull it out, put the next thing in the air fryer, wait for that to cook. I need a bigger air fryer. The one we have is very small. I don't remember why we got this one, but I know Onimama had wanted an air fryer for a long time, so that's why we got it. But she got one that's for like a single person household. So it's like very, very small. Not optimal for cooking multiple things. Potential throne idea. If I can find a cute pastel pink, bigger air fryer, I will put it on throne. But like, that's why I haven't been able to do like too much with the air fryer. I use it to like heat up like chicken. And I also use it to make my, my mandu, like my dumplings. They're actually really good in the air fryer. But other than that, I haven't really used it all that much. I have used it before to like bake. Like I made cinnamon rolls in the air fryer once and those were kind of fire. Same with the croissants that I made. But like I haven't really used it for that much besides that. Just because there's not a lot of space. Even when I made the cinnamon rolls, I had to make like half the can because they couldn't all fit in there. Modern ovens have an air fryer function. Those are expensive though. Yeah, I don't want to deal with all that. Expensive, and it would also be a pain in the ass for me to bring it into the box. So something a little bit smaller that would be better. I must have a bad air fryer because I'm not impressed by how it cooks. Yeah, it could be a situation where you have to like increase the heat maybe. Sometimes air fryer suggestions for like how to prepare something are not accurate. It really does depend on like the base power of your air fryer. Ours isn't particularly strong either, so I have to put it on blast a lot of the time. Which goes against a lot of like package instructions. Do you own an easy bake oven? I used to. It might be in the garage because of all the stuff that we took from the storage unit. It would be like one of the really, really old easy bake ovens though, like not a modern one. Like one of the first ones. Time to bake poison. I do that already just by nature of being in a kitchen. One of those old easy bake ovens that were recalled because of how dangerous they were? Yes, sir. The very same. I'm pretty sure that's the one that I have. I didn't use it very much when I had it, like even before the recall. I think I just like, I used it like once, and then Onimama and I didn't like how the food turned out, so we were just like, meh. And then didn't really use it again. But yeah, I'm like 90% sure that's the one that I have, if it's still in storage. I don't know if we threw it out. Because there are some things that when we moved, we decided to like not even bother keeping in storage. So that might have been one of the things we got rid of. I truly don't know. I haven't gone through the stuff that's in the garage because it's a lot. And Onimama always wanted to wait so we could do it together. But, you know, her health never got better enough for us to do it. So now it's my problem. All this shit is my problem. And I don't want to deal with it, to be honest. I hate this kind of thing. Eek. So it's hard to say. If I do still have one, it's probably in that like pile of junk in the garage. But yeah, when we moved to this box, like the garage has only ever been used as like full storage. Onimama would just like we still have like a full driveway. The driveway can fit like 2 cars in it. So she would always just park her car like outside of the garage. She never put it in the garage ever because it never had space. It was just always a storage area. And then the storage area got worse over time because once she stopped driving, she had to give up her car. And then we also couldn't afford to keep paying for the storage unit that we had put everything in before. So then when all the storage unit stuff came out and had to go in the garage, it became a big to-do because that garage is so full of stuff. You know those shows where they would like go through storage units and be like, wow, look at all this crap in here. Maybe there's something valuable. I feel like that is something that you could probably do just in our normal garage. You could just be like, wow, there's a lot of stuff. I don't think any of it's really valuable though. I do think it's truly just a lot of junk. But I'd probably want to comb through it at least once to make sure I kept anything I actually wanted to keep. But then I think what I would do is I would just see if anybody would want to just come and like buy the whole lot and take it off my hands. Empty out the garage for me. Everything in here can be yours for a flat price. I don't want to deal with it, please. Was it like one wrong move and it's Jenga galore? There's like a little bit of a walking path. I do think you'd be kind of like running risks if you were to pull out certain things. But I think for the most part, it is like pretty smartly stacked. I think it's more like Tetris. Some things are less well stacked, but I was usually pretty like methodical with where I chose to stack something. I would usually try to avoid stacking as much as I could. Someone honked their car outside. Why are you honking? Why do you do these things? To me specifically. They honked again. Stop it. So noisy. This is like green slime. It has such a different texture. Yeah, I guess it's meant to be slime, because I think the motion is supposed to be like liquid. Ew. Toxic slime. Yuck. You know what they say, if someone is honking nearby you, they really like the Yuno Hanaki channel? I hope so. Please subscribe. Hit the bell button. Give it a like. Womp 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 womp. I do find the piano track very relaxing overall. I do kind of wish there were more tracks, but I understand why there aren't. I don't think you're supposed to play this game for nearly as long as I do in one session. Because I was thinking in my head, man, we've heard all of these tracks like 4 or 5 times now. 4 or 5 times each. Wah. So true. So true, Bessie. Bum 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 bum. 30 minutes. I don't know if I can do it in 30 minutes. Ooh. Oh, whoa, still coloring. Yeah, man. How'd your shiny hunt go? Did you get your Solosices? Solosi? Soloses? $16 shinies? Hell yeah! That's a lot of shinies. Good job. Banger. But yes, I am still coloring. I'm probably gonna end in like 30 minutes or so though, because that's my dinner time. And Oni will be hungry by then. I'm already starting to feel a little bit peckish, to be honest. Like, I felt my stomach start to do the brrr, and I was just like, uh-oh. It has thankfully granted me some mercy for now, but I am reaching the point of hunger. So, it'll be good timing. Good stream, though. Very chill, lots of yaps. Reminder... There will be no, like, proper schedule post this week, because I don't know when the fuck I'm getting my copy of Legends ZA. But the minute I get it, we're streaming, so... Just keep an eye out. It's due to... Like, the game properly releases on Thursday. I don't know if I'll be getting my copy on Thursday. So, like, Thursday onwards is just gonna be question marks until I get the game, and then we will stream the minute I get it, and I will have a waiting room, and I'll just be like, Pokemon, get in here. Get in here now. You know? And then I will be streaming until I beat it. Thursday it is, .dev.io, something like that. Let's manifest it. I'd like it to come on the day it releases, but it's hard to say. Finished the first draft of this model during this stream. It's been a gas. Yippee! Been a gas. A real trip. Surprised you're not going digital? I like having my Pokemon games physical. Every Pokemon game that I have is like physical, whether it be just the cartridge or if I still happen to have the boxes for them. That's kind of rare. But like some of them I do still have the boxes for. I like my Pokemon games physical. With like the majority of my Switch games, they are all physical. The only exception is the digital games that I have are ones that are digital only or Otome games. I will get Otome games digital. But with like most of my Switch games, I prefer to have them on the cartridge. Because I don't want to take up too much like storage space with like having the really big games that like where you can when you can offload some of it onto the cartridge, you know? That's why I'm kind of annoyed by the whole system that they're going with for the Switch too, but that's a whole thing. I don't The day they stop releasing physical games, like, period, is gonna be a day that I'm fucking sad. I like having the physical box in my hands. But yeah, that's why I have physical edition coming. I don't really get digital for big games like this. It's just a preference. No shade to the people who are getting the digital version, of course, because that means you get to play the minute the game is open. But I just prefer to have the physical cartridge. And I don't want to buy a game twice. Like, I don't want to get the digital version just to play on release while I wait for my physical copy. That just kind of seems goofy. Do not fall for it, Zoomers and Alphas. Buy physical, own things you can. I feel you. That's why, again, like, going back to how I'm, like, mad at how Switch 2 is doing stuff. Like, the fact that you can buy certain games and in the end there isn't even a cartridge in there. You just open it up and there's a code for a digital download. That's so stupid. Why am I buying a box that has a digital download code in it? Fuck out of here with that. How dare you? The day that games stop coming out physically is the day I abandon Sony and go all in on PC Switch. That's very fair. The thing too, though, is like Steam has unfortunately got like a monopoly on the like game library market, and like the problem now is that like people have realized that in Steam's terms, you don't actually own the games that you buy. You're buying a license to like have them in your library. So technically Steam can take them away at any time, and that's really fucking stupid. That's such a pain in the ass. So like even PC gaming kind of has its downsides. If only because most, if not all games do tend to release primarily on Steam. Special edition asterisk game not included. Don't even fucking talk to me! Ugh! Pisses me off so bad. That's why I try to buy on GOG. What is GOG? 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 What is GOG? Good Oni games. So true. When in doubt, I should just make my own library client. Good Oni games. You buy a game through Good Oni Games, you own it, it's yours now. I'll never take it from you. I'm game distributor now. Eat your heart out, Steam. GOG is like Steam, but all games have no DRM. That doesn't explain what it is. Still waiting for the Yuno VN, the Yunotome? Yes, I do owe it to you guys. We did meet the incentive during the Yunothon. You gotta give me time. That shit's gonna take a while to cook. Well, I guess technically I didn't promise it was gonna be an otome. I just promised that it was gonna be a visual novel. But like, that shit's gonna take a lot of time to cook. Like, a lot of time. So you gotta forgive me if it takes a really long time to get that particular reward. It will come. Trust, but it's gonna take a really long time. Right? I forgot that was a thing. The GOG doesn't DRM, so you are DTG APAT ASAP. What? What are you saying? What are you saying? Speak words to me. I heard Kaya learned Unity recently. Smile. Smile? I mean, I'm not surprised. She teaches herself a lot of stuff. She's really good at, like, learning new things for the sake of being able to do stuff on her own. I wish she would rely on other people a bit more, but I do admire her ability to learn new things. I am not very good at learning new things. I've stopped and started working on VNs many times. They're so hard to make. There's just a lot that goes into them, a lot of moving pieces. For me, the writing is not so much the issue. I guess once I get my ideas and characters down. But then the issue is going to be figuring out how to code in choices. And then the coding of the VN in general. And then also art. Oh, God. Because you gotta make sure it looks good. Otherwise, you're just playing an online ebook. With no pictures. And you guys don't like to read, so I'm also thinking about maybe getting voice actors. I'm thinking about making it almost entirely fully voiced, because I know you guys hate reading. I guess because since all the games have no DRM, you're free to have backups in case the storefront ever vanishes. No, again, I know what having no DRM is. I want to know the name of the site. Because I don't want to just search GOG. I don't think it'll show up. I know what what DRM is. Thank you. But I want to know what the name of the site is so I can look into it and see if it has any games I like. Because the last time I found something that was like, you buy the game, you own it, it was only for like old games. Did you learn anything about coding it during the Valentine's relay a while back? No. You think we actually coded that shit? You're so cute. You think any of that was actually coded by anybody? You're so cute. Those were all edited videos, baby boy. At least in my case, it was all edited videos. I don't know if anybody else actually used Unity or if they just like mimicked Ren'Py and all of that stuff. I have no idea. I don't really remember. In my case, though, we just made it look like a visual novel, and it was just all pre-recorded, edited videos. Very little of it was live. And I just had videos ready for every choice. I forgot the entire name, but it really is just GOG. Okay. GOG.com. I'll have to look into it. But yeah, no, as far as I'm aware, I don't think anyone did any actual coding for their entries for the relay. Because that wasn't really the point. We weren't supposed to make like an actual game. It was just supposed to be role-playing. VN made in Onity. I'm not developing a whole programming language for this. I'm already stupid. You really think I'm gonna develop a whole programming language? No, sir. Nah. Nah, and also no. I'll figure it out, though. I just need the time, and the resources for a lot of that stuff. Hitomi has offered to help, too, so it's probably going to be a venture that we take on together. But anyway, because of all of the moving parts that I'm thinking about including in it, which is things like art, voice acting, figuring out how to like code it from the ground up, there's a lot of moving parts, and so it's going to take a very long time to produce. Especially because I don't want it to be a half-assed product. If I'm going to go through the effort, especially because it was at such like a high dono tier, I gotta go through the effort to actually make it look good. Nothing half-assed for my Damadachi. I look forward to seeing the future releases of Mialoon Studios. Mialoon Studios? Who said anything about that? GOG stands for Good Old Games. They do have new games despite the name. Oh, then I probably have looked at it already, but like, I didn't really see anything particularly useful in terms of games that I like on there. I guess it is slow going. I hope it will do its best. Programming, no. Every time a Dama makes a choice, the game loads while you have to manual send the next scene based on choice. You can handle getting several hundred pings, right? No, I'd die. Mialoon Studios, but it's just Hitomi doing everything. I mean, Hitomi would probably be willing to help with certain things that us and Mialoon wouldn't be able to accomplish. However, I don't know about all that. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Unfortunately, I don't think I can finish these last two in 15 minutes. So I think I probably should just stop here in terms of the coloring. We were so close. Dang it. They take so long. It's fine. We'll just have these two for this section at the start of the next stream. Whenever I play this game again. We'll have to see. Pokemon's gonna take a lot of my life up in a couple of days. If you can make a product that can be sold, even better, to be honest. True. True. I mean, like I said, I just want it to be good. I think for Damadachi, it would probably be free. And then I think there would be like a later release where I ask for money. We will have to see. It depends on the kind of game I decide to make, you know? And like what the process is like to get it approved by things like for example, like Itch.io or Steam. I'd have to see how easy it is to get that stuff approved for selling. But if I could, that'd be pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. Yuno VN, but he to me voices Yuno and Yuno voices the Tamagotchi. I will make all of you sound insufferable. Considering that this stream is a Yap stream, you could combine this with Onimon tomorrow. I could, but Onimon is usually in my room where we just sit and chat. We do not usually have thing on in background for Onimon. That kind of changes the whole vibe. Onimon has its own like set thing, you know? But we'll see. Maybe if I decide that I want to do something while we Onimon. But yeah, for now I am going to call it here, because I need to have dinner soonish. That does it for me. So tomorrow, Onimon, obviously. Tuesday will be our anniversary stream. 2 years from when I started streaming as Yuno Hanaki. 2. Can you believe it? More than 1. There is a little bit of a surprise in store. So that will be something to look forward to. But other than the surprise, we'll just be reading the anniversary tag, which if you haven't seen on Twitter, it's O2versary. Like Oni-versary. So make sure, if you want to leave a little message to celebrate 2 years, you can do it and post it with the hashtag on Twitter. And I will peruse. We will peruse during the anniversary stream. And we'll probably just be really nostalgic and emotional and silly, knowing us. Because I have a feeling, especially with this week being what it is, I'm gonna be in a bit of an emotional mood. So it'll be something. As far as I know, Wednesday is probably going to still be a day off, and then Thursday onwards is a mystery because I don't know when I'm getting my copy of Pokemon. Whenever I get it, though, I will stream the minute it's in my hands, and I can set up my capture card and everything. And we'll probably be endurance streaming until I beat it, because it's going to be very difficult to be online without seeing spoilers. I've already seen a spoiler, honestly, so I'm trying to be doing my best to like barely be online and just I want to be able to experience as much of Pokemon as I can blind, and it'll be fun to experience it with you guys. But whenever it comes, endurance streaming until I beat the main story. Yes. Chat, help me write my anniversary message. You guys are gonna have to organize that in your own time because stream is ending. Anyways, I'm going to wrap it up here. Thank you guys so much for choosing to spend time with me. I hope that you have a good rest of your time zone. And until I see you again, Yunotsu!